we gotta plug that one in with the black one.
I haven't.
Well, David said he was gonna clear that, and then I think.
back for another amazing fight card here tonight. Starting us off, we got Trevor Poteet against Andy Wise. We saw Andy at the last Darkwatch up against Derek Johnson, who's fighting next. Derek Johnson versus Seth Beam. This is a fight that I've been looking forward to because Derek is somebody that I've been training out there in Lake Havasu, while the guy who trained me, Mark Carrico, has been training Seth Beam. And the fun thing about this fight is Mark says he is good enough to challenge to be the next champion given time. So we're going to see that out there. Mark is really proud of him. Then going on to Jamie Moss, who we haven't actually seen fight here at a Darkwatch in a minute, but she will be fighting Tony Louison. Then we're going to have a fun flow by Daniel Lane, who we haven't seen out here at one of these Dark Watches in a while, but we all know and love him and watch and see what he does with the lightsaber, the spins, the flows, and he's going to be giving that out, doing that tonight. Then we're moving on to Jason Knight, the big boys, Jason Knight and Felix Valentine going up. Then Henry Hill against the Flying Squirrel, Jesse Gill. Moving on to Dre against Jonathan Magno. Kay Eva against the one and only Dale, the mouth of the West Snyderhand. That's me, as you know. And then David Moreno, another of the Team SoCal fighters, or Team Shadowcrest fighters, will be coming out against Neil Stewart. And I'm really, really excited for this one because Neil is one of my all-time favorite fighters out here, and I've had to train one of the guys I fight with to actually go up against him, and that's David Moreno. Then we have the Unity fight with Daniel Lane coming back. We saw this fight, Daniel Lane against Allan Block, at the very first Darkwatch. I believe Daniel Lane took that fight by a small margin. They had pink slips on the line for their sabers. That's happening again tonight, and the saber that I actually did for Daniel Lane will be up for exchange if Daniel Lane loses. So Daniel Lane better not lose because, you know, I did that one kind of special and now he put it up, and that's kind of not really nice, but we won't get into that. Either way, a great fighter will end up with a great saber. So tag team match, Mark Carrico versus David Laudenslager versus the reigning champions, Tony and Jordan. So let's go ahead and hear from the Flying Squirrel in the ring. That's right, we got more going on here than you even know because we're stepping up our game. Take it, Flying Squirrel.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, I am Jesse Beagle. I am the Flying Squirrel. I'm going to be fighting here tonight, but I'm not the only one fighting here tonight. We have tons of great fighting talent from all around the area, from Southern California, from as far as Minnesota. They came here tonight to be part of this event. And we have all kinds of great stuff planned for you. You saw right at the open, we have all kinds of great graphic elements created by Jason Knight and Jamie Moss, two of our treasure fighters here on the West Coast. We have a moving camera. Follow me. So we're gonna be trying to, as much as we can, to bring you into the action this time and give you a real sense of what it's like to fight at one of these Darkwatch events. Where's our fight director, actually? Fight director, David Laudenslager. Wait a second. I thought you were the fight director. Introduce you to the camera. Who are you guys? This is David Laudenslager.
I am David Laudenslager. I will be directing the first match in
And Ewok. I'm EJ Trovada. Everybody knows me as Ewok. I'm going to be fight directing pretty much everything but the first match. Ewok, you have a pretty, if both of you have a really close knowledge of all the fighters here tonight, what they're capable of, what kind of fighters they are, what kind of action are we looking at tonight at home, opposed to at the box office?
I mean, honestly, expect to see a lot of good martial maneuvers and a lot of, honestly, I'm expecting a lot of fancy play here. It's going to look good.
I am all about the fancy play. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to get started really quickly. Just hang out with us all night. We're going to have fights all night long. Join us in the chat. We'll be letting you know who's coming next. I'm about to go join Dale back over the table. So right now, let's throw cameras back over to Dale.
Hey everybody, this is Dale again. Jesse's going to be joining us here in just a minute. We got some back and forth going tonight with me and the Flying Squirrel, Jesse Gill.
Movie
there
magic,
he is.
movie
How did that
magic.
happen?
There it is.
He came out of nowhere, and that is actually what he's using to get us around the fight tonight. So you're getting a little behind the scenes action. We're gonna move on to our first fight with Trevor Poteet and Andy Wise. These are two people that I don't believe they've even seen each other fight before.
I'll be right back. Keep it going.
all going. Andy Wise is out of Arizona. He fights two-handed, and we are going to see how Trevor. I am pronouncing your last name correctly, right? Poteet. Poteet. Probably should have had that down beforehand, but I'm super bad with names, so even if I would have had it down beforehand, I probably would have had to guess. So the first fight is going to get started now. We're going to the ring.
I had to share the stream.
Yes,
You should share the stream too. We're live right now on YouTube, the Saber Legion's YouTube. We're on the Facebook channel as well.
YouTube? Yeah.
Are we
Oh,
having
yeah. You
audio
said
issues?
YouTube.
Are we having audio issues? Are we good? Can you guys hear us at home?
Yes.
Let us know in
now
chat.
we are
I got actually
looking
pull chat.
at the fight, and they are about ready to begin. We are good to go.
Is camera on me?
The camera is beautifully on you.
Camera is on me. Great. Wonderful. Okay. So, we have red fighter over here, blue fighter over here. All right. Fighters,
Our
are you
blue
ready?
fighter is going to be
Do I have 4 judges? 1,
Andy
2, 3,
Wise.
4. Are you all ready?
Our red fighter is going to be Trevor Poteet, as I was reminded how to say his name earlier.
Salute.
So these are two newer fighters. I mean, Andy's been here before in the past, but when it comes down to actually fighting, so they're both getting in. Trevor is taking a more relaxed stance, while Andy is going on the attack. But Trevor's actually on the attack too. What he's doing is he's just taking a little bit of an extra time to get in. He's a little bit more of a relaxed fighting stance. Red gets the first point. He did take it. Oh, he's switching to one hand. He was in two, switching to one. He's probably doing that just to get in a little bit more. But you know what? Andy says, I can go one-handed too if you want. Like, let's just do this. I love that.
I've seen Andy before to break away from a two-handed style and use that
Yeah,
one-handed style. He's kind of a slasher. He'll
That's
attack
beautiful.
hands just
Did you
like
see
that.
Andy came in right underneath. Looks like he blocked the inside and went in on the inside as well. I mean, controlling the inside of a fight is really huge when it comes to fighting out here in Darkwatch. They're starting to really figure each other out. That happened much more. David said, no point. Continue the fight. Oh, Andy goes low. Trevor couldn't get away. Blue takes the lead, 2-1. They're definitely, they're definitely getting to know each other distance-wise.
Yes.
Andy is playing the game. He went back to one-handed. He's going back and forth from 2-1, kind of using what is going to work the best at the moment. He's figuring out that one-handed is going to be the most efficient. The one thing that we've come to understand here in TSL is those one-handed fighters can just get around much easier than like on a two-handed fighter, and I think he doesn't want to take that chance tonight. Red does take the point, bringing it back 2-up. They're both switching back to that one-handed fight style, which is funny because in the past we've seen them both. Well, I know I've seen. Trevor goes to 2, Andy goes to 2, goes low, releases. Blue takes the point to the leg.
Red should have 2. Blue has 3.
3-2 at this point. So what happened there is Andy released his front hand going to the left and got the point in on the leg of Trevor.
Slightly faster.
Red goes to the arm in that one, and Andy goes to the head, but the arm came in much quicker at that point. They're figuring each other out. Now Andy's going more towards fight stance that is not as aggressive as before, but it allowed him to get that really nice push away and go in on Trevor. Blue takes the lead again, 4-3, a low-scoring match. They're down to less than a minute now in the first round.
Sorry, Dale, I'm multitasking here. I'm
No,
trying to
no,
find
you're
the
good.
best way to share our stream. You guys at home should share our stream. Comment on the YouTube channel, comment on our Facebook page, let us know, have a conversation with us, hang out with us tonight, and watch some fights.
4-up, and Blue came in for another point. Blue takes the lead again, 5-4.
No, 5. I'm sorry. 5.
Oh, they're going to go ahead and switch.
Sorry. Which side, please?
We're seeing a different side of both of these fighters tonight. We're like more of a mixture up of what they're using. You don't really see that a lot. Usually, one side picks two-handed and one side picks one-handed, and they go at it. Tonight, they're really taking a look at what the other person is doing and fighting accordingly. Oh, Red steps out, comes over the top on Andy and gets the point, bringing it back to 5 up. Oh, switching to one hand. Trevor switches to one hand. Andy stays in 2. Then goes to 1. I think he realizes that one hand can get around that two-handed stance, so he's trying to counter what he's trying to do. What you do see, though, is that it looks like Trevor's using his left hand, and I just realized that. Trevor's using his left hand, which is how a two-handed fighter who switches should fight. He uses his left hand, which is going to be his backhand, which allows him to go seamlessly into 2 and one-handed. You see a lot of two-handers that go to 1, they keep it on their right, but they shouldn't be doing that. You use your backhand because that's what's going to give you the most. And Andy went back to two-handed and came in right. But Red does get
Red takes the match.
7-6.
So Trevor walks away with his first Darkwatch win. This is
Round,
Trevor. This is Trevor's first Darkwatch fight.
That's awesome.
And he just took the win versus Andy.
He's got Ewok in his corner. Ewok is telling him, "Hey, what did you do right? What did you do wrong?"
And he's a member of Ewok's Skull Squad, which is kind of that group out of
There you got
MC.
Andy in the corner with his daughter, handing him the water. I like that. It's a family event out here. Beautiful family event. He's having fun. You know what? Andy had a good fight in there. He kept it in. He was doing the right thing. What happened is it's really hard to score points on a left-handed fighter if you're not used to fighting a left-handed fighter.
It is.
Your angles are completely different where you would be able to attack. So I think what Andy's going to have to do is, if Trevor keeps moving to left-hand, he's going to have to figure out how to get that point in.
Or to defend it.
Or
to bat it away.
Yes, exactly, and then get in.
But so far, when Trevor's coming with that left hand, that's been really tough for him to do.
It's definitely been tough for him to do.
Okay, looks like we're ready for the next
But that's
round.
exactly the way you're supposed to
Let's take it back
fight.
to the ring.
So,
Blue fighter's ready. Red fighter is ready.
It's not up to them. It's
Little back of the house stuff. Looks like we have them calling for blue.
yes, sir. Okay. Blue, fight.
David goes forward. He goes to the judge that had the angle, which I do like to see him doing that because he wanted to see what was available
But Andy
see.
Andy walks away with the opening point here. He's not ready
1-0.
to go down that easily.
Trevor pots it away.
Oh!
He gets it through. That's a point.
That's our first disarm here tonight. That was a fantastic move. One of these days we're going to have instant replay. We'll be able to play that back. But let me tell you, that was an amazing point.
Okay, so that's something I didn't know, so I learned it too. If you disarm, all you have to do is point your weapon
And you get the point.
at them, and you get the point.
You are beaten.
I did think that you did have to take the hit, but I'm wrong.
So now we'll be tied up 1-1.
We are tied up, one up.
Great opening fight here tonight. Ooh,
Yeah. Oh,
look at that point.
Look at that, Andy stepping his leg back and just putting it right in. Takes the second point, 2 up. I would really love to see this fight go to a third round because they're both newer fighters to Darkwatch, and it's always nice to see that third round. Switches back to Andy switches back to one hand, but we got some blues, we got some reds. Because it was hard to see. I couldn't tell if red did come in, but definitely blue came through. Yep, it was a finger shot from red. Blue came over the top, which is beautiful. That's exactly what you want to see. If you know you didn't take the point, continue the fight. That's what he did. It's now 3-1. Andy switches back to one-handed. Then, it looks like Andy decided to try his left hand as well now to sort of combat that. I wonder how often he uses that left hand, if it's something he's going to be able to use to get those points. One thing is, Andy has been doing this for a long time.
He has.
Like, not saber fighting, per se,
Combat.
but combat fighting.
Well, that's the thing. Not there's so many fighters in this sport who have been
love
doing
that.
combat for years and are now just applying it towards
Applying
this
it
sport.
to the Saber Legion. You know, it's hard sometimes to get those steel fights. The fight with the steel, and to have the right equipment to fight with the steel. But they're coming in and they're using what they've used over the years with steel fighting in the TSL system.
Yes.
And so Red takes another point, bringing it 4-3. I love that don't give up attitude. And we train that up. Oh, did you see? Okay.
That was amazing.
So Andy, what he did there is he pushed him away, and that's exactly what I try to teach the two-handed fighters that I fight with, is that ability to slide the Saber away, and then he attacked. I mean, that was textbook right there.
Red fighter ready.
You can tell Andy has that years of experience by what he did right there. That was a classic act. Yeah, you do. All right, Andy is taking a very aggressive two-handed stance, while Trevor is taking, which you don't see often with a two-handed fighter. He's not pointing it directly at Andy.
Red did come around and did not make contact.
Okay, Blue takes the point.
Blue takes the point.
So Red did not make contact, and you can tell Andy, the years of experience that Andy has to push that Saber away in a split second.
And to get back in for the point. Counter like that.
Exactly.
So if we were talking about Andy finding a counter to that left hand, it looks like he's found it.
He went to left.
Yep. He went to his own left.
He went to his own left hand, which you don't see often. Which it's that. He just took a little slide. 6-5. So, but the thing is that that Trevor doesn't step away ever. He's ready to go in for that point.
On the arm.
So what's happening here is I think Andy is reaching for it. He's trying to get it, and at times
And Andy's
just calm
baiting him to do
down.
that.
Just Trevor's baiting him, yeah. And it's just calm down. The lead is the hardest thing to have sometimes.
Totally.
I've felt it at time. The lead can make you do things that you wouldn't normally do. And so I think he's combining it, because now we're 6 up, but he blocks it. Amazingly, I didn't see Red make the point, but that's up to the judges. I believe it was another thing where Andy blocked it, and then Andy came in for the point. This is what it looked like to me.
Dale, for folks watching at home, what's happening here in the ring? What are our judges doing?
Yeah, this is a perfect example of the director wanting to talk about what everybody saw. You're not going to see it all the time, but the director has the ability to stop everything and really check to make sure that what everybody saw is exactly what they saw, and then make a question.
From Red, he was to an invalid target. We're not 100% sure that read that it landed. We're just going to watch that exchange.
So we're watching the point.
Watch the point.
You see that happen when you see judges who just don't see good contact that they like.
I think that's a good decision. Even though it was invalid, they don't know if it was made. And they called hold before the point was made by Andy, so they can't put that one through.
Final exchange.
This is going to be the final. So basically, this is win or don't.
Got ourselves
There's
a match.
Andy step back.
Final exchange, tie match. Who's going to
Andy
take away
step
with this?
back. Oh, came
he
right
came
over
right
the
in
top. I think we're going into a round
Hey,
3.
we got ourselves a match here.
Wow, there you go. And I don't know if
tied it up.
Trevor wasn't ready for that.
No.
He just came right over the
I
top.
think he had his win in the first round, and he was like, okay, this is going to be an easy fight. But
Yeah,
Andy had
6-6.
different plans. Plans.
Well, then it came down to 6-6, and Andy was he had the lead, and at times he had a 3-point lead at the most. Like I said, the lead is the hardest thing to keep, but Andy is definitely a seasoned fighter and came out right over the top. He saw what happened is, if you look, Trevor drops his lightsaber or his saber just a tiny bit away from his head. When he did that, Andy came around from the other side, so he allowed that slight movement from Trevor to give him an opening, and he came right over the top and smacked him in the head, and that was textbook, just waiting for those slight changes.
These guys aren't messing around. They're ready to go for round
Yeah,
3.
they're ready.
Here we go.
Those slight changes is the way you, if you can see those slight changes, that's how you get a point.
Totally. So this is it.
Andy looks much stronger this time around at Darkwatch too. At the last time he was breathing very hard, and you know he
seems totally in control.
Yeah, he seems like he's much more in control of this match.
He feels like he's in control of this fight.
Yeah, he did lose the first one, but he was in the lead in both matches so far for a good portion of the time.
Ooh.
Oh, he tacks it. He good honor, and says
He
you
went
got
in
it.
there and got that hand.
But you know what? We're talking a lot about Andy, but Trevor's showing a lot of guts tonight. Trevor's been down multiple times,
And this is
has
his
come
first
back.
Darkwatch. He's coming out and behaving like a fighter tonight.
Exactly. So Andy's wow! Look, Andy's taking a less aggressive. Trevor took a much more aggressive point that time and was able to get that strike in. Oh, he came right in from underneath. That is his third point, I would believe. Yeah, he came in right in from underneath. I could.
I'm gonna agree with Mike. No, we're split. Watching it, there's no agreement. So, fight.
That was a hard one because, like, from our angle, we could definitely see that red scored first. But you know, it was definitely hard. And then it looks like he batted red away. Blue takes the point, bringing it back 1-2.
Cannot thrust here. This is an invalid
Okay, so
target.
that is the second time he's thrusted there.
Into an invalid target. Any point you get there will not count.
So red extended to the stomach, and you know that's not something that always gets called, but you know David took a chance to just explain it to him this time that the extension to the stomach and a thrust is not going to work. There it is. That is the third time he scored to the legs tonight. Andy takes a leg, bringing it 2 and up. Oh, Andy blocks. Here's the thing. Andy did riposte it, hit to the arm, and then smacked him in the neck. So luckily he got the first point first, but he did do a pretty hard shot to the neck.
Trevor's doing an
Yeah.
amazing job of targeting hands in this match.
Yes, exactly. Which because
That's
you
where
can see.
that's where Andy is kind of leaving himself open. So that's where his
Oh, did you
targets
s-
are.
did you see-
He
so-
batted that away and he jumped in for the point.
So what happened is,
During the envelopment, Blue made contact
Yep.
with the hand before the other
Yes.
attacks. Blue.
I love how David's explaining it. I don't even have to. You know, but
We have some top-notch fight directing here
Yes, we
tonight
do.
by both David and Ewok. These guys are gonna
I
walk
really-
you through the fight and tell you exactly what's going on.
But Blue is now up again, 4-3. But we've seen that tonight, Andy has had trouble holding the lead.
I agree. Simultaneous. First of the round.
We got a Simo, still 4-3.
Killed my toe.
About 50 seconds left in the match.
Andy looks much stronger this Darkwatch.
More comfortable.
Yes, he comes in for a flicker strike. Andy then steps back. He's going to let Trevor come into him because right now his bread and butter is pushing it away.
Trevor got in for that point. Here we are.
Red
Once
does get the
again,
point.
tied
4
up
up.
again. We have 45 seconds left.
45 seconds left. 4 up in the first round.
Who's going to take this? This one's been neck and neck the whole way.
Ewok tells Trevor to just to have a little bit of patience. Takes the lead. Trevor takes the lead with that one.
But can he keep it? That's the
Yeah,
question.
well, they both had trouble keeping the lead. It's
That's
been
right.
back and forth.
Still got to switch sides either way.
They're going to switch sides.
Okay,
so
down to
so
about 30
basically, Andy has a chance to get the point to take it into overtime with this 3.
Probably the last exchange.
So we're going to call this as last exchange.
No, last exchange of the 4-7.
So Andy does have a chance to take it into the
Final exchange.
into the overtime portion. Andy's setting up, very aggressive, but he's in two-handed while Trevor is in a one-handed stance. They're both, and just there again, Trevor doing something amazing tight. It looks like he's been very good with the hand hunting. I'll send it to you. Oh, they're going to call it? Because this is important. This is whether it goes into overtime or not. We have fans on the sideline, the daughter, telling who should be picked. whether or not this ends it, or at the end, we're going to switch to the flying squirrel in the ring.
What happened? Came in, red came in, blue enveloped around, tagged red's hand, blue, point. We go to sudden
We're going
death.
into sudden death. Oh, sudden death! Well, what a beautiful back and forth tonight with these two.
All right, this is sudden death.
This is suddenly sudden death.
Yes. Can't get any more sudden. All right, so 1 point, right? 1 point, make it clean. I don't want to see any same time where we have to decide. Okay?
All right, this is the last point of the match. Unless it's a Simo, then they go again. But this is back. This is it. Oh, Andy puts it to the side. 3 strikes in, but they're saying red came in.
I'm going to call it simultaneous.
We're going Simo. Did I say that it could go for another round? Well, I did.
At the same time, your secret one's hit, but so reset. We'll do it again.
All right.
More time!
I thought it couldn't. We thought it couldn't get any more sudden, but it did. Yeah. We're now at 2 sudden deaths, and this is just the first match of the night. Andy's in so much more control. Oh! I think that headshot came in. I think a majority of the people agree the headshot came in first.
Red came in, but it was low on the ankle. Does not count.
Yeah, so it does a no count.
Away.
Blue did have slightly faster, is what he's saying. Blue takes the match. That's amazing. This is Andy's second fight in Darkwatch. He's really proud of that. That's one of our Arizona guys out here. Drove all that way for the win. We're proud of him. He's gone to a couple events in Arizona. But let's switch it to the man in the ring, the flying squirrel himself, Jesse Gill.
Hey guys, what did you think of that first fight? That was action-packed, right down to the wire, down to the very good. No audio. We're gonna buzz out and go back to Dale. Okay, great.
The audio wasn't on over there, so it's back to me over here. Hey, with everything live, you try to figure it out. But Andy's going to come over here and talk to Jesse really quickly because I think we all want to talk about what he did to change up his fighting
Have a seat,
style
sir. Have a seat.
leading up.
Okay, it's okay.
I'm going to let you take it.
good.
Yep.
Have a seat. Guys, we lost our moving camera there, so we're gonna go ahead and try to do this fighter interview right here. Thanks, Dale. Andy, what a fantastic fight.
I really enjoyed fighting Trevor. He was an excellent fight.
Now, you guys went down to the wire, 2 overtimes. A guy like Trevor, what's the most difficult thing for you to defend against as a fighter?
He's really good with that offhand. Well, left hand, I don't know if he's left-handed or not. But he keeps coming around and coming up, which a lot of fighters don't do. They don't do the attack on the upwards. They mostly do the attack on the down.
See, it seemed like that was very effective for him, especially in that first round.
It was extremely effective for him. I hope he develops that technique more. I think he'll do really well.
Cool. All right. Any fights tonight that you're super excited about?
All of them.
Awesome.
I'm here to see people fight.
Andy, great fight. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go ahead and kick you off the stage. Thank you very much. And Dale, let's bring you back. We'll try to figure out that audio, and we'll try to get that moving camera up and moving again. And Dale, what a great open fight,
Oh my
right?
goodness, that was the first match. It's not even that's not even second, third, or fourth. You know, the one great thing about Darkwatch is the powers that be have put together amazing matches for us here, and this is the second Darkwatch in a row where the first match is almost just as exciting as the last match. So we will be moving on to one of the most anticipated matches for me tonight.
Let's start talking about how awesome your buddy Derek is.
Right. Well, I'm going to talk about them all because they're both awesome. Because one thing is Seth Beam has been trained by Mark Carrico, who trained me. I then went and trained Derek in Lake Havasu. So these are 2 fighters that have come from very similar training backgrounds. I train like Mark would train, and I talk to Mark a lot, and Mark tells me how I should train the guys here. And we have been training Derek for this fight in particular because Seth is a monster. I mean, we're talking the longest reach here tonight.
Yep, we got to throw to the action.
And we're going to throw to the action, but I will continue to keep talking. So Derek has been training for this fight to get in. That's the key, getting in.
Look at me.
Oh, blue gets the first
Our
point.
mic is dead. We need to, so in the next fights, let's go right into talking about the fighters, the next fighters, so we can use those graphics.
So our mic is dead? Oh, okay.
Our mic is dead for right now, so I can talk to you.
Okay, cool.
So we're about to go live again, but in the next fight, let's go straight into the fighter stats, so we can pull up those graphics.
Perfect.
Cool?
Yep.
Cool. Joe, when you're ready.
All right, blue gets 2 points in a row, but Derek is like right in there. The Seth is playing an outside game, and it's something that we've talked about. Derek's job is to get in on the fight. Like, his job is get within him, and looks like there's a Simo being called. But really, if Derek lets Seth play the outside game, it's going to go 10-0. Really, Derek has to get in. We've been practicing it. He knows what he has to do. It's just about capitalizing it.
So if you look at Seth's Saber, actually, if you look at Derek's Saber too, you can see who they're made by.
Yeah, they're both
made by Mark. And you can understand what
yeah.
kind of fighters they are,
Yeah.
especially Seth here. He's employing that one-handed style.
Yeah, and he's
made
just
popular
in.
by Mark Carrico.
Yes, and Mark actually says that Mark is getting in. His whole Mark says Seth could be the champion at TSL. He's that good.
He's tall. He's got a bunch of reach on him.
Yes. And you can see Derek is like just outside. But Derek did something exactly what we've been training for. If you don't get in the first time, keep going. Attack, 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 attack. Don't let him play the games. Don't let him play that outside. Get in, step off the line, push him, push him, push him. But Seth is doing a really good job of combating that. But you know what? Hey, all that training me and Derek has been doing is working out because he's not letting him get too far ahead. 3-2 at this point. Derek is still in. Looks like Derek came over the top on that one. Red takes the point, 3-3. These are all things that we've been training not Mark, I said Mark. These are all things that we've been training Derek to do. Get in hard. But Seth is playing an amazing outside game. Right now what happened is Seth wasn't used to Derek getting in like that, and you could see him play the outside game. Mark is giving him some talks from the outside of the ring, helping Seth out. And Derek is trying to get in. The problem is Seth is getting in from around when Derek gets in. So Derek has to get his block in much stronger if he's going to stop that from happening.
Yeah, Seth is very quick. He's very strong up top like that.
Yeah, they're going to wash it. So we're still talking
we're stuck
4-3. You can see Seth fights like a young Mark. But if you can see, Derek
he's
was
a
moving
taller,
back.
faster Mark, yeah. And
he moved back on that one as attacking as he...
Mark is tall and fast.
But Derek's getting a lot of red calls on him.
Well, it's a one-point fight.
Yeah.
It's a one-point fight. So
I have to say, I'm proud of Derek. I mean, we trained knowing that this was going to be the hardest fight that he's ever fought.
Now, tell us a little bit about where Derek is from, where he fights from.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit where you guys are
He's
from.
out of Kingman, so he travels to fight with us out of Lake Havasu once a week. And so there's nothing done there. But he runs a small group out of Kingman himself. Not really an era lead, but he has a small group that they get together out of Kingman. He's put it together. I traveled to him as well to see him to train. And as you can see, the game Seth is playing is, pushing his blade around Derek's blade.
And now that he's got the lead, he's sitting back. He's letting Derek attack, and he's just poking him in the chest.
Yes.
That's that Carrico style to a T.
And what I've been working on with Derek is getting in, but you can't just push in. You got to get your saber out to block your body, because that's the type of fighter that he's fighting. You see how tall he is. There's things that he's not going to be able to come from the side. Just to take one hand off and come to the side because he's getting blocked.
2 judges reading red, 1 reading blue.
See, the thing is, they're so close. They're so close. I do think red got that one, not because Derek is the guy
Of course. Yeah, exactly.
But I did see him block it. But I couldn't see from the opposite side, so there's a chance that Seth did come around from underneath and get that attack. But all in all, this is a great fight, especially for someone who, like Derek and Seth, who have never seen each other before. They're both trained by 2 people who know themselves very well.
Blue is coming around to strike the head, but just before, red strikes shoulder. Point red.
point red. Looks like we are now 5-3. Seth is up by 1 point. This is a much closer match than a lot of people expected here tonight, especially with Derek being a lot more unknown and Seth being trained by Mark.
Seth is newer as well, but I mean he's been well trained.
He's playing that really good outside game. He's forcing Derek to come in, but Derek's getting that block over the top.
Yep.
I don't know.
I think he went and got the arms there.
It did look like Red blocked him enough and then ended up getting down.
See, when it comes to those stabby types of fighters, the thing you have to do is somehow avoid the stab and
there we
still
go. 5
get the
up.
point in the arm.
5 up.
Once again, tie match here.
So Seth's gonna
great
have to play
action
that.
here,
But see,
Darkwatch.
now what does Seth do now that now that everything's lost?
Point, blue.
So quick. 6-5.
Good play.
Seth is back in the lead. It's up to Derek to get in. There it is. Derek blocks, but it looked like Seth came in from underneath, but a lot of the judges are calling red.
Stretches to the center.
Yeah, again, I mean, these are just so quick to call. So quick to call. And the thing is, Ewok is still being trained as a
fight director.
As a fight director. So he wants every call to be perfect tonight. You know, he doesn't want to give up a fight on a bad call. And I think he's doing the right thing by talking to the people about what actually happened, making sure the right calls were called. Sometimes you go for that fast fight. Sometimes you go for the fight that makes sense. And a lot of these guys, they drove out here. Seth drove, what, 8 hours? This morning, me, Derek, and David drove out about 5 hours. So, you know, there's some time in getting out here.
There's a little fatigue there.
But also knowing that these people drove, you want to give them the best call.
Oh, absolutely. Match. Yeah.
In that exchange, red makes contact up above, but just beforehand, blue coming up under the arm.
Blue takes the point. Yeah, I did think that was probably exactly what happened. So we're talking
blue jumps
7-5.
ahead by 2 now.
Yep, 2 points. You know, I think this comes down to this is Seth's first time fighting in a Darkwatch sort of event. Seth does take the first round, whether or not he scored that or not, which it does look like he did score.
Point, blue.
Blue takes the point, 8-5. But you know what? I have to be really proud of Derek, who's come a long way in the past year. I mean, we remember him fighting Andy Wise. He lost to Andy Wise in the first match of the last Darkwatch, and for him to come out here and fight somebody on Seth's caliber to 5-8, I think says a lot about the amount of training he's been putting in within TSL.
Oh, he came out here and fought like a professional tonight.
Oh yeah, Derek. Yeah, he looked really good. But
he's
you know
ready
what?
to go.
Seth doesn't even look tired. Seth is doing the right game. He's playing that outside game. He's looking really strong. And
he's intimidating with all that all black
and he
bright
stands
blue
so
saber.
tall.
He does.
He stands so tall, which can be very intimidating. You know,
I'm always intimidated of people who have better posture than me, which is
right.
most people.
Most
actually.
people. You know, but Derek does fight me, so he's used to a taller fighter. But, you know...
Ooh, he came right in after that one.
Yes, he did.
He did not waste any time.
But you know what? Derek stepped off the line and got a nice little poke in. He released to his left hand and got a nice little poke in. I'm not sure what it is because I'm...
Thrust misses, red counters, hits the arm, but just before blue makes contact to the helmet, blue point.
Either way, those are two... That was a beautiful exchange.
Ready? Fight!
Either way, it was a beautiful exchange. Oh, Derek is a fighter. Did you see that? He just came right back out. He said, "Look, let me have a little fun with you. I'm still gonna come at you."
He's not gonna go down
no,
easy.
No, he doesn't know give up.
That was amazing. He came
Blue,
right underneath.
If you looked, I believe Blue came in from under. Oh, but they give it to Red.
They disagree with you, dude.
Yeah, they did disagree. Which, you know what? They are allowed to.
They are allowed to do that.
And Blue comes in strong with that one. He's taking the offense.
I think Derek came around and got him with the left hand. Actually,
I think he did. Derek he does that to me and actually scores on me a lot of the time. Wow, you know what? Keep him at a Simo. You can't win with Simos.
Here we are, 1-1.
Oh!
And there he goes again.
Red releases. He is freaking good with that release. He does it to me all the time. It pisses me off every time he does it.
He's jumping up early. He knows he has to get a lead on Seth.
Yep.
Or else Seth is going to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Point, blue.
Tied up 2-2.
I love how Derek looked at his glove. He's like, "Did that? Oh yeah,
yes,
I do have a glove there."
Yes, it did.
There's so much training that have gone into these fights.
That's
You
what
see
people
it.
don't understand. Like, just we put these events on, and like your fight is, at the most 15 minutes of fighting.
Yeah.
But there's just weeks and weeks and
Weeks
weeks
and-
of just
and-
putting the armor on and taking your shots
And
and
us
doing this.
talking, we talk in the back, so it does look like they're going to hand it to Blue. But the amount of talking you do is just as important. The going over, how do we do this? How do we attack Seth? How do we fight him? Like, this is a hard fight. What do we do to do it? And we've gone over it. And Derek's doing exactly what I asked him to a T. Get in. You're not going to score if you don't charge in. And charging in is one thing, but, like pushing his blade away, which, Derek comes across the side, slides it across his hand. One thing we did say is with how tall he is, you're probably going to have to hit hands more than anything else to make this win. We're now 3 up. Yeah, that's not going to work all day, Derek, but, So Blue takes the point, takes the lead again, 4-3. Derek tried to do that step to the side again. I don't think that's going to work all day against Seth. But Derek's looking really strong today. Seth is looking even better, only because he has that really good posture that he's really set up for the attack. And he's just coming in, he's waiting for Derek to charge in. He goes, hey, look, I know you're going to have to charge in on me. I'm not just going to be able to you're not going to be able to just throw the saber at me. You have to charge in. So he knows where Derek's body is. So Derek really has to get his block game down. Get that body protected, because what's happening is Seth is loosening his wrist and coming across the body of Derek on the recoil. Derek stepping in. It is 5-3. There was nothing done by Red, I'm sure of that. So the hold was called prematurely.
Got about a minute and a half left in this round.
Derek's job is to get in. I mean, he is fighting such a behemoth of a guy in Seth. But Seth comes right in over the top. 6-3 to the head of Blue, or to the head of Red. Blue takes
Now here's where you'll
the next
see
point.
Seth just stay back.
Yeah, well, he has to.
And wait for Derek to attack him, because he doesn't. If he's able to hold this lead off, he takes the match. He takes the whole round.
Yes.
Takes the whole thing.
Point, Blue.
Yep, I agree with that. 7-3.
Don't ever get down
No,
to
no, no.
a
Derek's not gonna give up.
style fighter.
No,
because then
Derek
you're left
is-
in this situation.
Did you see
Hey,
that?
that was
though?
fantastic.
It's he's doing what I told him to do, and that is to get in. And I'm really proud of him. He's put in a lot of work. I mean, the points show exactly the caliber of fighter that he's fighting, but the ability to not give up, the ability to get in, Seth had a good corner in Mark. Mark told him what he needed to do. Mark has trained him well, and they've done a great job. But Derek is put in the points.
Point, Blue.
Blue takes it 9-3.
Fight.
But you know what? What a great fight out here tonight.
We've had 2 of them now.
Looks like Derek takes the last point with a thrust. Oh, not Derek. Seth takes the last point with a thrust. But they're looking at it about what happened to on the upper. So they're saying Red potentially hit the arm. I like that. I mean, we train David. I say you got to have that fighting capability to stay in a fight. They're going over it. Mark's, I think, letting him know if they do call the point against you, what he needs to do to finish it out. And Derek and David are over there talking. The 2 guys I train. I just let them know what they needed to tell each other in their corner. I would have loved to be in their corner, but hey, announcing, right?
In that point.
Mark gives me a smile from the corner. I guess that was his way of letting me know who's the better trainer. No, I'm just kidding. Mark's coming out, moving out to Havasu, actually, so he's going to be training with a lot of these guys. He's training people to beat. Seth is coming in very strong. I mean, he knows he has the lead. He just wants to finish it here. Oh, it does look like Derek came in from across. There it is. Hey, at 9-3 to get a point, that just shows the type of person that Derek is. Fight in. Oh, it does look like they're calling that to Blue.
Point, Blue.
Blue takes the match,
Blue takes the
10-4. But what a great match. We got to be proud of Derek, putting it out there. You want to try one more time?
I'm going to bring him back.
Okay, we're going to bring back Seth to talk about his match against Derek.
sit there. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, we planned all these fighter interviews to be happening on the moving camera, but we obviously had some audio issues, so we're doing it this way. Seth, this is your first Darkwatch. Didn't look like it was your first Darkwatch. Looks like you've been doing this for a very long time.
Well,
how did you feel in there today?
No, it definitely felt like it was my first Darkwatch. Derek is an awesome fighter. You know, I kind of got in my head a little bit and forgot some of the basics I should have held on to. But, yeah, no, it was a great experience for my first fight.
Going up against a fighter like Derek, who comes from Arizona, like what are some of the bigger challenges that you were finding yourself having to deal with in the ring?
You know, I don't have a whole lot of experience of two-handed fighting. You know, he was trained really well by Dale. You know, he was switching up his grip in the middle of the match there, which I was starting to catch on to near the end there. But yeah. Just try to get out of my head.
Very cool, very cool. How about for the rest of the night tonight? Any other fight that you're really looking forward to?
I'm really looking forward to the tag team match. That's what I'm looking
That's our headliner. Our big headliner here tonight, folks. Mark Carrico, David Laudenschlager versus right now, the tag team TSL champions, Tony Zaldua and Jordan Blankenship. That's going to be here, so stick around for us with us tonight. You'll see that. Seth, awesome fight tonight.
Perfect.
Well, just a pleasure to watch you fight, and we'll have you out here again.
Awesome.
Thanks again, man. We're going to throw it back.
Legion.
Actually, I'm going to kick you off the stage.
That's
and
fine.
Bring Dale back.
That's fine. I'll let you have it. Yeah.
Thank you, Seth. And let's go ahead and cut to one of those fighter graphics. This is for our next fight. This is Jason Knight. Jason Knight hails from Northern California. This is another one of Mark's
fighters.
This is another Mark Carrico fighter, so you're going to see him doing a lot of stabby stuff against his opponent, who is Felix.
Are we skipping Jamie?
Stand by. Yeah, we're doing Jason and Felix for now.
Sorry about
that. Felix?
Yep, Felix.
We're ready to go.
Valentine. All right, so we have a fight here. We have another one of Mark Carrico's fighters, Jason. This is Jason's third time out here. No, third or fourth, actually.
By the way, let me also say that these fancy graphics that you guys are all seeing that we're doing, Jason and our other fighter, Jamie Moss, they are solely responsible for these things, and they're a lot of work. But you know what? It's time to fight in the ring, so we're going to throw it back to the ring now.
Going right in. Man, I just got a chance to talk to the two last fighters before we just go right into that. They were both sweating. I mean, that was a heck of a fight. And I went over there. I got a chance to tell Derek, hey, you did everything I asked you of. Good job. Let's go right into this fight, though. And Jason Knight is going to be in the blue. Felix will be in red. Felix is taking a step in. Jason steps back, goes for the hat. Jason does what Molinet, I think they call that, or not Jason, but Felix does. And Jason says, "Nope, I'm gonna hit your head."
Point, red.
Oh, red does get the point.
I'm gonna get.
All right, Jason's not. Jason's stepping back. He's not being as aggressive as he can be. I think he's going to try to let him come in, play that counter game a little bit. Felix is great call by our line judges, not saying that was an attack, even because Jason didn't hit on that one. But Felix is very crazy, doing a lot of crazy things we don't usually see within TSL. It's working to effect against Jason, who's still trying to feel him out. A lot of times, while those Molinets, those large, rounded strikes, they can be hard to attack. It's really up to the fighter to iron out how to get in. And once you can get in, see, Jason bats him away, strikes into the chest. So we come down to 1 up. So that's one of those things when you're doing a lot of those fancy things. A good strike can be all you need, especially right there where you miss. And Jason came from the top, and so he runs in for a thrust, left his body open, and Jason stepped to the side, took a hit, hit him to the head. Jason's really stepped it up here. This is a hard one, especially when you put your saber back like that. Jason slams into his head. Jason's been trained by Mark. This is one of those things. He knows what to look for. A lot of those extra moves we were talking about, they're actually going to be a detriment again to you. So right there where he stepped back, he put his entire tip so right there Red put his entire tip of his saber actually behind him, and Jason just stepped in and stabbed him. So we are now 5-1. Jason's doing an amazing job. From his first match to this match, holy cow, the change in Jason. I mean, he's turned into a very meticulous fighter. One of those fighters where the extra movement isn't going to affect him. He is looking for the in, and he is taking it. He's almost like a giant David Laudensar. We could almost call him the giant technician. He's really waiting for those good strikes. But Mark's reminding him, remember where you're at. So Felix was trying to do a little bit more of those fancy stuff, and Jason just stepped back and attacked him. Jason putting it more. Oh, steps back again. This is really hard to combat when they put it way back, and also for the fighter, controlling the power when you have a saber that comes flinging in like that can be something to keep in mind, because power is very important. You can get called on it. Jason holding out his saber. Felix figuring out how to get in. I mean, it's been a pretty one-sided match at this point. 8. I'm pretty sure they're going to call that to blue. 8-2. So it's been pretty one-sided. So it's really up to Felix to sort of figure out how to get in. And he's going to try to run in. The problem when you do that is you definitely, you do it in a way where you lead forward. What happened with that one is he actually put his head back to try to get his head not to be hit
out of the way,
and what happened is it kept him off guard, or off center, so when it hit him in the head it put down. I think if you're really going to do that attack, you should probably go full force like you do.
And let me also say, when I do it as well, I am fully aware that when I do the flying squirrel, I leave myself completely open. It's a Hail Mary attack. It's always meant to be that.
The last couple times that you've tried to do it, it works at times.
No, honestly,
Blue takes the point.
There's been no time that I've done the flying squirrel where it's worked better than the first time. The first time was the best time, because that's when it was actually necessary.
I was so happy that you did it against me at Comic-Con when we fought. Because
I've
never seen it before.
Dale and I fought together at Los Angeles Comic-Con this last October.
It was a great fight.
Dale took the tournament. You fought on the big stage in front of the crowd.
I was really excited about that.
Second of the match.
That was hands down one of the top TSL moments, I think, for a lot of us being able to fight on that main stage. You put that together. That was awesome.
And we're going to try to do it again this year. But now we're back to the action in the ring, and Jason Knight is using that strength and that reach.
I can't tell. It
to his
look
advantage.
Almost like Felix did come over the top on that. You know, you can tell Ewok's taking this very serious tonight. Calling it the way it should be called, not just jumping off of the just popping off with what he thinks it should be, but actually taking into account what everybody saw and making sure that the right calls were made. This is what we're looking for in a director, especially for the area as things change. So they're going over what was seen. It does look like they're all talking about what they saw, and they're getting ready to make the call. I do think it might go to red, just the way it happened. It might go to red. Oh, they're calling a Simo.
That is minus 1 point from both sides.
No, we're at 9-2.
No, 8-1.
Oh, 8-1. It goes back.
Also, final exchange.
Final exchange.
This will be the final exchange of this match. That does put Jason ahead. Again, trained by Mark. He's definitely turned into the giant technician. Felix goes in for the strike. Jason puts his thrust out there, tags him in the head.
That's round one.
That is round one. You know, these things happen. You know, you train, and you just come up against somebody who has your number on that day. It doesn't go against what you've done. It just shows you what you need to try. I came out here and lost. I got trounced by Tom over there. He's over there. He's just looking at yeah, Tom wanted to wave at me. But then I got a chance to beat him at Comic-Con on the main stage with a giant Jumbotron. So I win. No, I'm just kidding. But, you know, every day you get a chance to learn something new, something that you didn't know before. And now Felix a chance to come out and attack Jason and try new things because what happened so far hasn't been working. So now it's time to try some new things. They do call a Simo on the first one. Felix has a good man in his corner, though, over there. Daniel Lane showing it off. We do have a disarm, but he could have actually hit. We don't know yet. We got some calling red, some calling blue. I'm not going to be able to call that one because I wasn't in a line where I could have seen it.
And then maybe we can put another microphone by that thing or something. But first things first, let's try to get on there and go from there.
Trying to read what everybody's saying really quick, but
Sorry, dealing with some production issues here.
Clint Darby's here. How's it going, Clint?
Clint Darby's in the chat. Jimmy Surreal is in the chat.
Oh, Jimmy, looking at his future contender, Seth. Seth wants the championship. Jimmy, you gonna give it to him? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, see, it's those extra moves that they just, you know, within TSL, we are a fantasy-based, you know, light or
You're talking
light
to a person
blades.
in Mandalorian armor, so
Yes,
I'm well acquainted
yes.
with what you're talking
Right,
about.
but those real martial movements are what's gonna win you a match.
True. Time. As someone who puts a lot of effort into doing a lot of the fancy spinny stuff, because
Right.
I think it's fun and I think it looks cool.
There's a
You're
place.
absolutely right, but that you know, when I lean too much on that stuff, that's when you get beat.
But
Because
you know,
it's
I've
not stuff
seen
that you see in real sword fighting.
I've seen your growth, though, as well, where you're keeping that fantasy-based style, but you're starting to add that martial implemented.
Trying to.
Yeah, well, it's hard. It's hard.
It's hard when you don't
extra
have a
training.
background in it, yeah.
Exactly. All right. Jason is doing great just blocking the ends, I think. Jason is
He's
having
not
a
letting
real-
Felix in on him at all.
But does look like enough people are calling for Felix. It could go either way. We got point going to red, 5-1. Jason, I think what Mark just said to Jason is just you got to play your match. Be yourself in there, you know. Do what we train. Does look like Felix could have came over the top on that one.
Point, red.
When I bring him over, you stay seated until he gets here. And just keep it going and then hand it off.
Yep.
Sorry guys, we're discussing strategy as we go here. That's the way these live streams work.
Exactly.
You prep
Jason
and prep
took
and
a
prep,
hit.
but when it's time to actually do it, you just kind of let it be what it's going to be.
Red is not giving up. 5-3. You know, sometimes it just takes one simple change to figure out what you need to do. And so Jason,
Big
you know,
strike there.
he's had this lead. Oh, that was beautiful. He waited for the thrust.
And he came off the line.
He came, and he definitely did
That's
come
another
off the
thing you
line.
have to do with these stabby fighters is take them off the line as much as
Yes.
you can.
So Red
Orbit
takes the
them.
point, 5-4. This is turning into a match. We could go into a third round if Felix has
If he
figured
can
Jason
come back.
out. He could go for the win.
Came crashing in. That's something I've had to learn
Yes.
over the years now. Is like you don't
Well,
crash
he's
in on
feeling
these
it.
fighters because a
I
guy
think
like
Felix
Jason,
feels that he can catch up, which he can.
he can.
Well, yeah, not that he feels like
And
he
he
really
can.
can, but you can tell he's almost getting a little jittery again.
That happens to me a lot. Where I'll go and attack, but
He's not a, you know, the funny thing is the scorecard hardly ever represents how good the fighter is. You know, just on some day, somebody comes in and they have your number.
Right.
It doesn't mean what you've trained up to that point. It doesn't work.
what was
it
it
just
that
means
what was
take
it that
a change.
Saw Gerrera said that
I don't know.
Someone with a sharp stick on the right day can take the day.
Yes.
If you have the right
yes.
kind of attitude
Oh,
when it comes to
yeah.
fighting. Yeah, I mean,
You had me there. I was like,
sorry,
I don't
Saw
remember.
Gerrera. Rogue
I don't-
One. I'm
Yes,
making
yeah.
Star Wars references here.
And I was lost for a second. I'm like, oh, yeah, let's see. Oh, but, you know, we're much closer on this one, 8-5. All Jason has to do is either, one, run it out or get the point. It does look like he came down on the wrist of Felix on that fight. Oh, but he gave the point to Red, 8-6. What happened there is when he went to do the Molinet, he actually ran right into Jason's blade. Jason just didn't even move his blade because he knew that the line that was coming in was where he needed to stay. All Jason has to do is get one more point to finish this match and to finish the
And it looks
overall.
like he may have done it.
Well, no, we got a lot of reds called. what really happened is Felix took the inside, and with the inside, he potentially looked like he got in quicker.
Match goes to
That
blue.
is the fight.
I'm going to go get our winning fighter. You
Let's
stay
go
put.
get them.
You
Yeah.
keep it going until I bring it back.
Let me tell you something. I was really excited to see the way Jason fought tonight. He's really changed who he is as a fighter leading up to this fight. I mean, he's talking 3 rounds within Darkwatch and now comes back, and he looks like just a completely different fighter tonight. It was really beautiful to see. I'm going to go ahead and let Jesse talk to the fighter.
Thank you, Dale. Once again, we plan to do this with a moving camera, but not everything works out on the live stream day. As Jason knows, Jason, amazing fight. Took it in 2 rounds.
Thank you, yeah.
What was your biggest challenge in this one?
I haven't fought him before, so reading what he's going to do, I knew that he kind of moved fast, so I was ready for the speed that was going to come at me. And Mark and I have been working on a few things of standing my ground and kind of letting him do the work for me a little bit.
So in their first 3 fights, we've already had a lot of folks who seem to be trained by Mark Carrico.
He has his hands on a lot of people.
He
around
does,
here.
and it seems like his style is pretty successful.
Yeah, and he does really well with a lot of the one-handed fighters, and me being a two-handed fighter, I've been trying to pick up where I can and adapt to what he teaches.
Seemed like it worked well in this fight.
It did. I felt good.
Jason, good job, man. Thanks
Thank
again.
you.
And once again, all these amazing graphics. This is the guy. This is the guy and our next fight as well, Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie
so
did a good
once
job.
again, Jason, thanks so much, man. Great
Thank you,
fight,
Jess.
dude.
Thank you.
Dale, we'll bring you back in. Where'd Dale go? And I lost Dale. So anyway, here we are for our another one of our fights. Let's see that graphic for.
Sorry, I was going ahead and talking
no
to all
graphics.
the fighters. This is exciting. I get a chance to talk to all the fighters and tell them how great they're doing. I mean, where we've come up to this point and the caliber of fighters is just really exciting to see. Not just what we have going on with the media, which is phenomenal. It's amazing. But just to see how far these fighters have come, it's just exciting. I'm really. We got a lot of great things coming this way if people keep getting better and better.
Okay, let's take a look at that first graphic. Who do we have up first? Tony. So
Tony.
our Tony Lucian, he's coming to us from Wampaland, way up there in Minneapolis,
Stampa.
Minnesota. He came here tonight. You can take a look at his stats here. He's going to be facing off against our very own Jamie Moss.
Jamie Moss, who hasn't been in a Darkwatch for probably since the 3rd or 4th.
She runs one of our practice groups out here in the San Fernando Valley area.
We call them area leagues?
Yeah, and Jamie also, these graphics that you're looking at right now, Jamie made all of these. I have to bring that up as a media person because I know that took forever. It was a ton of work. But that's how much passion that you're seeing that's being poured into an event like this. So many people that are just doing this because we love it so much.
But she was able to take some of the pictures from that we all took that were already cut as well too.
Actually, Dale, I'm going to cut you off. We'll throw it to the ring. It looks like we're ready for our next fight. Let's see it happen.
Let's go.
Really excited to see Jamie fight tonight.
Oh yeah.
Something that we know we need in this sport is more female representation, and Jamie's gonna give Tony a good fight tonight.
It really comes down to how at the practices, how much time she's been putting in, because Tony is definitely one of those fighters. He's here to win, and now that she's back in front of the screen, what is she gonna do? And we already know she's a good fighter.
She's keeping him at range. She's not going to let him get close.
I love that all-white
Blade?
face mask that she has.
It is cool. It is very cool.
It's disconcerting.
It's the white on black. That's what's cool about it.
It's so disconcerting, that white mask.
It's blank.
Yeah.
Of course, going up against the Blue Ranger here, Tony
so
from
the
Minnesota.
First one goes to red.
Speaking of tag team matches, I fought Tony at tag team at TSL 4 in August. And he definitely sliced me up. So
he's coming in. He's a two-handed fighter. Jamie goes underneath quick.
Good honor. That was an impressive strike, but that was really cool to see her give that up right over top. That was really neat.
That came in quick. I don't think I've seen Jamie move that.
I've never seen her break away to one hand like that. Yeah. That was great.
Well, a lot of people are starting to use it. It just depends on how you use it. Are you breaking away to the right hand, which would be your backhand?
The thing I like to see about this fight is how neither one of them is staying on a line. They're trying to orbit each other.
Oh,
look at that!
He just missed, and she was able to come down right on the top of his arm. It was just that quick miss.
So we are it's a 2-1 red.
2-1.
Jamie takes the lead. Jamie is.
I like her movement. It's the back and forth, which I think is why he missed, because I think she went on a side movement.
I haven't seen Jamie fight in a Darkwatch yet, but she's such a skilled.
Yeah, it was before you came in.
She's a skilled fighter. Yeah, see, Tony's.
He's trying to figure out how to get around her. She throws that block.
That seemed to work. He took her to the outside.
Did he hit though?
We're going to
Because
find
it
out.
looks like. No, he did get the point. It did look like she got the block.
Point
in,
blue, so we're tied
but
up
they're
2-2.
calling it as a point.
Man, great action here at Darkwatch tonight so far. This is our fourth fight in?
This is, the number 4. They were scheduled to be the a different fight, but we're fighting now.
Tony just blocked her and took that point to the arm. Look at Tony's taking a different stat. He's trying to bait her in so he can swat at her with that backhand strike. That's what he's going to try to do here. That's what I think. That's what I would do.
Right. Well, it can be different. Like for one, that elbow is closer, but you have to get in before that elbow. You got to get in on that elbow before he can get through.
Jamie's not falling for it.
No.
She's not dumping in on that.
She does. She goes in for the block. It's definitely one of those things where you like throw it out and see if it works. Blue takes the point, but she's
such
right
a patient fighter.
What he's doing right now is he's showing her a bunch of different things so she doesn't get used to the way he's fighting.
He is definitely switching it up. Probably more than any fighter we've seen yet so far.
Which I think is smart, because one thing that we do say is it takes only so many points to figure out how to deal with them, but if you keep switching it up, she doesn't know what to expect. Oh, it does look like Blue came from around on that one, though, but I loved hearing the
ki, yeah.
You know, from Jamie.
All right, we got
one
to
thing
stop in
I
the
don't know
action
if
here.
everybody knows, but Jamie is very competitive. Very competitive.
She's a competitor,
and you can
yeah.
see in that walk back, like, what do I need to do?
Yeah.
What do I need to do? She had that walk like, I don't want to lose this. I really want this win. And Tony's doing a really good job of staying on the inside and showing her a different type of fight.
I think that's got to be his move, is to try to overpower her inside. Great aggressiveness by Jamie there. Came through, but Blue came in for the point, blocked her out.
I love that in. He's going in and out. It's funny. She's going side to side. He's coming
in and
like
out.
in and then out. But they both have their flow.
Right. A lot of good movement here tonight.
Which we are 6-3. Oh, now he's going up top. This is a hard one because, to be honest, he's not leaving as much open as you would think he would be leaving open. So she really has to just go for that.
But I think Jamie's too smart for that, because he's trying to bait her in. That's what that is. He's like, come and try to hit me here, because if you do, that hammer's coming down.
I think she has to force him to make that move. See? Oh, did you see? She did get the point on that, though. It was back, forth, and she came over the top. From what I saw, it looked like she blocked everything and came over the top on his, was that or with the forearm?
The forearm.
It was close either way.
We need to see Jamie in the women's tournament this year, TSL 5.
We have a big group, and especially with the champion Lex, we'd like to see a lot of people in that ring going for that, especially with that belt.
I want to see Jamie challenge Lex.
Oh, yeah.
Lex is a great fighter.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that would make for a great fight.
I think so, too. They're both about the same height, too.
Point goes to red.
The point going 6-4, and that's kind of what I saw from my stance. So I think they're going to go for a fight.
Hold up.
That was time for the match.
That was time for the round. The round.
So it's Blue takes it.
Final exchange.
Oh,
this
so
is
we're
it.
going final
This is it.
exchange.
Final exchange.
So Tony takes it,
he's
but
gonna
this
take
is just
it.
her chance of getting an extra point in.
This is usually where I'd start diving at somebody.
Yeah, this is, yeah. That was a great laugh I just did. That was awesome. That was. Did I just say awesome?
Awesome.
Awful and
Awesome.
awesome at the same time. Oh, Jamie goes and towards the body. I do like that. At that point, the point's already happened. Can I get in for a good strike?
So blue takes round one. Guys in the chat, everyone in the chat, if you guys are listening, sound off here. So far, we've had 4 fights here. What's been your favorite one so far? You know what? I want to see in the chat, guys, give some encouragement to Jamie and to Tony as they finish
Tony's
this one
doing
out.
a great job. He's showing her a lot of different fighting styles. He's not just showing her the normal stuff. I think what he's doing is he's mixing it up so that she doesn't get a chance to learn what he's doing. And that actually is fairly ingenious. We don't see it done often, but if you know how to fight enough, if you have enough in your arsenal, you can do that, but you don't see it often.
I feel like that's always my strategy. But it never
you were
works
saying
out
that
so
it's
well.
a strategy that people use. You were saying, and that what Jamie has to do is figure out the timing. So no matter what type of stance you're in, you're really going to have the same speed in each one of your stance. So I think what she has to figure out is the timing behind his strikes. And if she can figure out the timing behind his strikes, then she can actually get in and do some damage. So timing is always going to be very similar, even with the stances they're in, because your body's only going to move a certain amount of speed. So if she can figure out that timing and push in, that's going to be very important. That's what she should be looking to do in this next round.
Let's go back to the ring because now we're into round 2.
Oh, Jamie
and
goes
Jamie
low.
takes for a
Tony
good
steps
swipe.
back.
She's just ready for him to swipe back.
Oh, Jamie! I think it looked like she
It
swiped
looked like
his
she
arm.
got his arm. Looks like the judges saw
I love
something
how
different.
she stepped back, put the saber. I do the same thing when I step back. I hold my blade, like I put my blade back, and I'm like, yes, I'm the cool kid holding my my sheathed saber. And so what's happening is Jamie's getting some
instruction
from Daniel Lane.
some corner work.
That's a great person to get some. I mean, he's been in a lot of matches.
That's my plan, is actually to have Daniel in my corner during my fight as well.
I think Daniel would be in anyone's corner just so that he has the ability to speak more than we would want to hear.
Wow.
Longtime friend, Daniel Lane. I can
Zingers out here. Zingers.
And Daniel Lane does have a good point, says the guy behind the podium talking, liking to hear his own voice.
Right? That's why we sign up
I
for this,
traveled
right?
5 hours this morning just to hear myself speak.
And here we are.
Yes.
And it looks
And
like
because
Ewok
I
is
love
about to
Sophie.
make a call.
Red initiates an attack and intercepts. Point red.
Point goes to red. I didn't think that's...
Goes to red. She
I'd like-
opens the match, or the round, sorry.
So that is 1-0. Jamie's stepping in. She's taking a very aggressive stance, but so's Tony, but in a different way. Tony's stepping back and saying, come to me. He's very turtled up at the moment. Jamie is going to have to go to him. Oh, Tsuba takes the brunt of that force. That's why they're used. They're circling around, feeling each other out. Jamie's taking a strike. Tony misses and goes directly into her blade from what I could see.
Point red.
Red takes the point, 2-0. The director basically just said that Dale was correct. And she's taking a very aggressive stance. I love the way she's fighting now. She's putting the blade directly into his face on a line to his face, which is a very basic maneuver for a two-handed fighter. But he pushes her blade away and strikes in. But Jamie steps up to him and says, hey, if you didn't score a point, I'm still coming. She got right in his face there. I was like, whoa, Jamie, step back.
Jamie has no fear. She's putting on a good show
I
here
love
tonight.
it. I love it. And especially because you can't see her face. Like, I imagine she's smiling, but he might imagine that she's got an angry
Yeah, that
face.
all-white mask. It definitely is. It's like Slender Man.
It is.
No
very
face,
much.
right?
I'm like, it's creeping me out. I'm not fighting her and I'm creeped out.
Oh!
Oh,
think
he
that's what
comes
she's going
right
for.
in
Came
for a
over
strike
top.
on the top. Yeah,
Yep.
he definitely came in for a strike on
Point
the top.
blue.
Blue takes a point. He's not done yet. 1-2. I mean, like, with 2 points up, anything could happen. Jamie is taking... Oh, she goes aggressive. She said, hey, I haven't done it yet, but watch what I can do. Point does. So he was ready. He was able to keep his points out. That's 2-2, or 2 up. Jamie's staying in. Tony understands that all he's got to do is keep his cool, wait for the right point to come in, and go in. He's trying to get her to move. Do you see that? How he did that nice little step. I mean, it's a lot of things we use to try to get people to move. It can cause issues because you can plant your foot by doing that. But if you're ready for it, like, so that's the risk you take when you do that. But if you're ready for it, you can get a block in because you force their movement. So she goes high, he goes low.
Looks like Simon.
Nope.
Point goes to red, 3-2.
Good on her, Blue. Good on her.
She thanks him for the nice call.
So important, self-declared.
Oh, he goes high again. Which, wow, look at the way he can put his.
I'll tell you what.
I don't know if I could get my wrist in that
every
position.
single time that Joe Pavlenko does that, that's when I know to swat the sword out of his hand.
Yeah. Oh, because you don't have the same. Yeah, he's still
well,
trying
see,
to
know
get
what
her
you
to
do?
move.
What you do is you jump in and you attack down and make the sword bend
Oh,
down.
he goes the top. She goes low underneath. It does look like red took that point, but we got a couple.
We got 2 and 2.
A couple blues calling.
Point goes to red. Jamie is putting on a show out here tonight.
Final
So
exchange.
Jamie takes round 2.
Yep, that does look like it. She's being very aggressive with that. I mean, she's almost at full extension there.
Well, now.
Yeah, she's stepping back. Oh, this
she
looks like
she got that point
that
again.
wrist.
She got him right on the wrist.
Look at that walk. She's like, very much like that. I took that round.
Match. What a match.
I took that round.
Look out, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to a round 3. We got a fight on our hands.
Jamie Moss is a fighter to watch.
Oh, you're coming up next.
Me?
Yeah.
Am I next? Yes, sir. How? If I'm next,
Well,
I need to get ready.
Well, Daniel's doing the flow, and then you're next.
Hold on.
So Jesse's going to take all.
I'm gonna get ready.
Yeah. Jesse's going to start getting ready.
They're working on it.
So if we can't do the flow, vamp until I get ready.
Yep.
And we'll do it.
Yep. Jesse just said if we can't do the flow, just keep people going until he can get ready. When could you ever stop Daniel Lane from doing a flow routine in the middle of a...
It looks like we're still...
Yes, oh, I'm sure we are. I don't know if you could stop Daniel Lane from flowing. Daniel Lane is now dancing. Again, did you think we could stop him from flowing? I say no.
How did you want to?
No. I have multiple reasons.
But it's fun to watch. People having fun to watch.
All right, we're getting ready to go into round 3. Jamie Moss is ready. She just took it. She's in. She's ready to take this match.
Ready? Ready? Fight!
Jamie is taking a different sense that we've seen so far. And Tony is behind. So we're seeing 2 different stances, but she's protecting. So if he comes in from that side, her body is protected. I think that's why she's doing that. She's protecting her body, which leaves her head open. So he's goes to the top. Yeah, I think he's second guess. Her body was completely protected. She could have protected her head at that point. And so now they both switch back. I think Jamie had a really good counter to that back that he was doing just by doing a full protection of the body. She's definitely listening to somebody in her corner. Looks like he batted her away and was able to get in on Jamie, took a head. Yeah, even Daniel Lane is saying, hey, you just turned just a little bit. You gave her a little too much. A little torque on there. Reduce the torque, you'd be fine. So she's back in. She's a little bit over his head with her line, but she's bringing her line down and then up. She's just trying to get in. She's trying to figure out this low guard. That low guard can be tricky. what she's gonna have to do is wait for him to make his first move and then kind of just figure out what he's going to do in that low guard. There's not a lot you can do in that low guard, but he's using it effectively. Oh, she comes down, he comes up, and she comes down on his wrist. Red gets the point. We are now 1-up in the third round of this match. Tony comes in closer. Jamie goes for a switch. Looks like she's going one side, changes her mind, goes to the other. Blue comes down on her arm. Blue gets the point, 2-1. Jamie's still in this fight. She's very aggressive stance, almost at full extension like she's been at a majority of this match. Trevor sitting back, not showing his full extension, leaning back, got a little bit more of a lazier stance to the more aggressive that he's seeing. Just waiting for a chance to make his first movement. Now they're going back and forth together. He's trying to get in closer. She goes in for the lunge. He blocks it away. Jamie resets. Trevor. Jamie looks like she's trying to get closer, little by little, closer in. Trevor is also moving in just a little bit closer. They're staying just about tip to tip there. Going in for the strike. 10 seconds left. Jamie goes for a strike. He moves out. Jamie comes in from underneath. But Blue could have gotten the point. It does look like we have some blue, some red. Looking like they're ready to call. Blue gets the point. 3-1. This is the lowest scoring round of this night. Jamie is very aggressive. This should be the final. They're both feeling each other out. Tony goes low. Blue gets the point, 4-1. Lowest scoring round of the night, but Jamie had an impressive showing. Very good showing out here tonight, especially for her first Darkwatch in a while. Tony came out, had a great match against her tonight, and we are very proud of our female fighter out here tonight going up against one of the Wampa Stompas. And so Daniel Lane's going to do a flow in the middle of the ring while we get ready for our last match. Or not our last match, for the next match. And it looks like Ewok's just having a conversation with his line judges, telling him what he's looking for, making sure they're looking for the right thing, and just making sure we're all on the same track tonight. Moving forward, just to remind everybody, this is going to be Henry Hill versus Jesse Gill. Oh, that's a fun fight. Henry Hill versus Jesse Gill.
A.K.A.
Deacon. I like that. Deacon works better for me. I'll just get too mixed up with that. Then we have somebody we haven't seen in a long time out here at Darkwatch, which is going to be Dre. He's one of my favorite fighters out here. He's a big, crazy, jumping, flying, beautiful mess of amazingness. And instead of maybe mess was too much. I should have just said of amazingness. No mess. There's no mess with Dre. Versus Jonathan Magno. Then after that, we're moving on versus Kaeva versus myself. Been looking forward to this fight. It's been a while. The last Darkwatch I did get a chance to fight, but looking for a little bit of redemption after my Tom DeMartino fight where I lost in the last Darkwatch. Then we have the one of my matches that I'm really looking forward to tonight is David Moreno versus Neil Stewart. So Neil is also one of my favorite fighters out here. He has a bob and weave type of fighting style that I think works really well. But me and David have been really training out there in Lake Havasu on how to combat that. And this is David's first time in Darkwatch, and he's so far up on the card. I think he was a little nervous going into this, but I'm proud. I can't wait to see that fight. So that's a couple fights from now. Oh, we got music moving towards. This is the first time I've seen him drop it. Daniel trying out for the Olympics next year in gymnastics. Really, the beard makes it. This was only supposed to be 5 seconds. Daniel's still going. No, just kidding. I love seeing Dan. He puts a lot of work into these flows. It's great. It's Daniel doing his flow in the middle and both the fighters looking at each other through him, waiting for that chance to get in and get that fight started. I was just attacked by the LeBron James of Saber fighting. Good job, Daniel. Putting on a great flow for us here tonight.
Point red.
All right, now moving on to Henry Hill versus the Flying Squirrel, Jesse Gill. Henry Hill, also known as Deacon. I will be referring to him as such for the rest of the night. Henry is going, or Deacon's going to be in blue to your left. And, well, actually, no, the way they're showing it, not to the left. Either way, Deacon is going to be in the brown. Jesse, or Flying Squirrel, will be in the Mandalorian-esque armor. They're both getting in. Jesse gets the strike to the arm of Deacon. Red gets the first point, 1-0. Jesse's been training for this. Goes in, gets a strike underneath the arm of Deacon. I think they're going to call whether or not that was a valid striking area. Because it did look like it was low underneath the ribs to the side. Going over what is they have seen. They're going to come back and we're going to get a call. Yeah, I did see that. So, no point awarded. 1-0. Jesse is still up. Flying Squirrel. Do you think we'll see it tonight? Let me know in the comments if you think we'll see Jesse try the Flying Squirrel tonight. He did announce that he would try it. Does look like we have some red
strike
calls.
only to Hill. There was no contact.
No,
No
just a
strike
Hill?
zone, nothing done. Fight!
Still continue. Jesse showing off his flourish. Deacon doing a good job getting. Oh, do you see how Jesse knew he wasn't supposed to hit the ground? Oh, he just happened to just get a small strike in, and
Point! Red!
Red was able to get the point. But Deacon was on the prowl. He's got that cat. He's got the cat on his face, Max. He was on that prowl. He was ready to go. He's like, if you didn't hit me, I was gonna hit you. Jesse gets in over the top.
Point! Red! Fighters, remember, you don't have to reset after each point. You just have to race by distance. Right? Fight!
Deacon has with a nice block. It's just Jesse's just a little bit quicker, but that tip of the head strike, that was an amazing strike by Deacon to the head. Deacon's not doing. Oh, we see. Oh, he was that a flying squirrel that didn't happen? I've never seen that. He's like, if you expected, yeah, that's a regular squirrel with no wings pretending it can fly. What is that? Oh, it's just a squirrel. Oh, comes in over the top. But Deacon did get the point. It looks like 1-2-5. I think that happened when Jesse hit the mat, even though he's not supposed to. This is a good fight. Deacon was definitely able to get in on that 1 point, which was nice. It was that fakey flying squirrel. I was like, oh, flying. No, it's a regular squirrel, and it was scared because it didn't go through with the strike. Jesse's getting around him though. Gets in. But Deacon gets a good top of the head. He is just a little bit slower than Jesse on that one. With a little bit of training, he's going to get a little quicker because he is getting those head strikes in. Jesse is. Oh! He said, "Don't lift your hand. You're going to get it. Don't do it." Jesse's been definitely putting in a lot of training. He's got a lot of energy. Oh! Those strikes are coming in. Those strikes are coming in, though.
Point! Red!
Red's getting the points, but Deacon's just definitely coming in on the last end. Deacon's pushing in. I think what they're going to do right now is kind of figure out what happened, because it did look like Jesse came in from the belly area, but Deacon came in over the top with a nice shoulder strike. Deacon's definitely got a lot of fight in him. It's really what's happening right now is Jesse has been putting in a lot of training. Good fight, though. Jesse has been showing us who he's been training with, which is Daniel Lane, of course, and the guys out there in Riverside. Riverside is a new area that we were able to add in SoCal. After I left Riverside, obviously, they decided to. Oh, Jesse comes in over the top. I used to live in Riverside. Now Jesse runs one of the area not charters, but areas of SoCal. Oh, Deacon comes in from underneath. That's what I'm saying. Hey, if you're not going to come in, Jesse, he said he's going to come for you. He said he's going to come for you, Jesse. Oh, see, the blocks are just a little over, but he's looking good. Jesse takes the round. It looks like Deacon's going to get a chance to talk to Allan Block, which is a great person for, this is what I like right now. We have some of our higher ranked fighters actually talking to our fighters who don't necessarily have someone in their corner, giving them a little insight, letting them have a little bit of fun. David Laudenslager wasn't asked to come over here, but he did because he likes to talk. No, I'm just kidding.
I do love
How
to
you
talk.
doing,
I
David?
love to talk. It's my
What do you-
favorite thing. So, no, I
Okay, yeah.
I just wanted to comment on the match so far. So the one thing about Deacon that you need to look at is sometimes his intensity will gas him out.
Oh yeah,
So
no,
if
I can definitely see that.
But he has a huge amount of intensity and energy. He just has to focus it, really. That's
Yeah.
the main thing that he...
Or is he from your area?
He is from Fresno, so he's
Okay.
outside, but he's fought in 2 different tournaments in NorCal.
He's I can definitely no, like, and that's kind of what I was saying is Deacon has that intensity, has that ability to get in, and what's happening right now is I think Jesse's one of those fighters that if you haven't fought somebody like Jesse, you can let it get to your head, like especially the Milanese, the over the tops, these things that you're not usually going to see.
He's wiry.
Yeah.
He's wiry.
I fought Jesse at Comic-Con, and what I ended up doing was just poking him a lot. But Deacon's just he just needs to play his game. But what happened is Jesse's just coming around in multiple. It's almost like, and I don't mean anything against Jesse. It's almost like he's not picking a spot to hit. He's just hitting and hitting and hitting until he hits a spot.
What Deacon needs to do now is literally just stick his blade out.
Yes.
Because when Jesse's doing those big things, he's clearing the center line is open.
So Deacon's coming over the top, from the side, from this. What I really think Deacon should do is, like you were saying, just stick out the.
If you watch a lot of Jesse's Molinet action,
you see there, all he had to do was stick it out, and instead Jesse's coming from around, and he's going around from the other side, and it's not there. Sorry, you were saying.
No, it's the same thing. It's just like there.
I think Blue got that though. If I have to be honest with you, I believe Blue got that. And that's just what happens when, like right now, Jesse's ahead, so he's trying. He likes to show the flow, you know. And he's doing it. So it's 1-5, and he has Daniel Lane in his corner, and they both like to show off, not show off, but they're flamboyant in their fighting
all Daniel
style,
tells him, he's like, you got to spin more, you got to jump more, you got to. I want to see more flourishes. 20 flourishes.
I've seen 5 flourishes. I want 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But there's something to be said for Jesse coming out here and getting better. The Milanese, there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I think he understands that he's ahead, and that's why he's doing more.
Yeah.
He's putting on a show. I think that if he wasn't this far ahead, he probably would be seeing a little bit more martial from Jesse, more martial.
So I don't know
strikes.
if Jesse was self-calling on that. He might have been self-calling the fingers, and I think Ewok is ignoring that. That self-call to the finger.
How do you feel about how Ewok's doing tonight? He's calling in a lot, which I think for somebody who's still learning or still putting in the time, that's kind of good, right?
Yeah, it's good to confer with your judges. If there's not an agreement, if there's not a clear agreement, and you don't have the correct angle to make a absolute,
because you're here watching him.
Point,
right?
Yeah. If you don't have the absolute assurance, sometimes your angle gets obscured and everybody else can see it, or sometimes it's like half and half. So
yeah, I've sort of been commenting on the way he's been doing things. I really like that he's been calling it in, really conferring and making sure. Like, I think he realizes he's new, and he's like, I don't want somebody who traveled 8 hours to get a bad call, and he's really making the. I like how he's explaining it too. Doing a very good job. Blue gets the point. So we are now sitting at 2-6. Blue is up. Well, hey, it's funny. I always call
red is up.
Oh yeah, red is up. I always call it the person who just hit the point. A lot of people call who's up, and then the lower pointage. It's funny how it's just a little different. I seem to be the one who does my way and nobody else does. So maybe I should make the change.
You should always make the change.
Yes.
Whatever you're doing is wrong.
Yeah, whatever I'm doing is wrong. All right, Deacon is moving in closer. I think what he has to do is just block. There it is. I don't know if he's calling fingers again. Is that what it looked like? Yeah. Or he's just saying
he hit him in the
out.
arm. Yeah.
So now 3-6. Oh, he gets the block.
What Deacon needs to do is doing that and keep pressing, regardless of until he hears the call stop.
Right.
Because he's doing sometimes these one-shot things, and Jesse gets that second or third.
Right.
One. So if he keeps pressing, he's okay.
Oh, Jesse gets in with the thrust.
Yeah. In that he moved
6-4
before
or
his
7-4.
blade was out there, so that he was getting ahead of himself. In that his blade wasn't there to protect him.
Beautiful strike from Deacon to the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Deacon's coming back in this fight.
Okay, now it's 8-5. Deacon just needs to
What Jesse
breathe
has to do is now just decide on to finish it. He needs to get in, finish it before Deacon can get too high.
There it was. Jesse cut right into his blade. So. And that's the key thing. It's just leave it out there for Jesse to make the mistake because it's not wild and uncontrolled. He's just not doing it in a fully defensive manner.
Right.
So he leaves certain openings that wouldn't be there otherwise.
And you know what I found with some of the more flourishable people, a good thrust will take him out of that quickly. But it looks like he came low. Jesse went low to the leg, thrust to the he thrust to the leg.
Blue scores, point, blue.
Yeah, that's one of those spots that can definitely be give you a little Charlie horse. And especially when they come in, those thrusts. One thing that we talk about out in Lake Havasu is the ability to understand when something's going to hit and to be able to pull away without hurting your opponent. Not to say that Jesse Mendes, but that's something I think a lot of us do need to work on.
You just
the ability
don't
to
know
pull back.
sometimes.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Oh, you're right.
You just don't. Those scenarios, you can never predict the scenario that someone's going to get hurt in.
It could happen to
occasionally
a small
you can
thing.
with uncontrolled fighters, which is why we call that bad.
Yes.
But for these scenarios where there's a degree of control,
Jesse goes for a moment.
got
He
it.
takes the
Match.
Oh, Jesse takes
Deacon
the match.
gave the honor call, even though the judges are calling blue. Yeah. So.
But it did look like he hit, but he did a great job. Deacon came out. You were right. I think there was an intensity that you were talking about where it almost tired out. But he did have a good fight towards the end. I'm gonna go get ready for my fight. He's gonna sit with you.
Go for it, man.
This one.
Go for it.
You can talk.
Yeah, I can
I'm
talk.
relinquishing the
We're
table.
gonna have the flying squirrel come in here.
Thanks, man.
We're gonna talk
Check
about.
me out. I have helmet hair. My hair always looks so weird when I get done.
He looks great. He looks absolutely great. How do you feel?
Feel good. When leading up to this, so my teammates for Clan Starfall, that's Jimmy Surreal, that's Jason Hayden. We talked all week about this fight and what our strategy was, what the strategy should be, and it was about pushing, pulling back, changing up the rhythm, making sure that I'm controlling the pace.
Yeah.
And I feel like I did that tonight.
Yeah, the big thing Dale and I were talking about was how you were always getting those double, triple taps, and as someone who also uses Starfall, I know that Saber makes it easier to get those double,
because it's so
triple
light
taps
to get in and get in.
Yes.
I mean, not to be a total naked shill, but that's exactly what I am. I'm serious. These sabers that Starfall is making, at least for a fighter like me, right?
Yeah.
I know that there's the Mark Carrico style, right? That employs a certain way. I'm not that style of fighter. I'm not that strong enough to fight that way.
It all depends also on who you're fighting, and there are certain scenarios where I would prefer the weighted balance, and there's other times where I need the double tap. If I fight Mark, I need the quick tap. And the other thing I noticed is that when the fight was kind of Deacon was getting more points on you, what was happening was a lot of times you were it was basically you were maneuvering your body before your blade was moving.
Exactly.
But as soon as you focused and started moving the blade before your body, you started making the contact.
Sorry, I just realized that I took the red sash.
That's okay.
I'll just give that to you since you're doing that.
There we go.
And that's the thing of fighting someone like as strong as Deacon is that if you aren't leading with the blade first, that hammer comes down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And I found that out. He did get me a couple really good times.
He hits well. So.
But that's what I'm in this for.
Yeah.
You've seen my fights.
Yeah,
I like those
know.
fights. I like getting beat up a little bit. That's kind of what I'm doing this for.
I know we've never fought, but I would pretty much be stabbing you in the face while you do those things.
I know.
So.
I know. All you real sword fighters, that's exactly what you would do. But hey, I won tonight. I'm excited. That's actually my first Darkwatch win since my first Darkwatch.
Yeah. But we didn't get any signature acrobatics that worked, right? Not a single one worked. He got both spins, and he got you on the attempted squirrel.
That's correct. And you and I have talked about this. And all these fighters out there, you may be expecting me to do the flying squirrel, but I think from now on, I'm only going to use it in situations where it's actually necessary. Like the first time I did it.
Yeah, another fighter who also interrupted you in flying squirrel coming up is Kai Eva. He's the next fighter.
That's right.
And
he's faced the flying squirrel before.
And he's faced it, and he clearly stepped aside and hit you in the back.
He did the same thing that everyone has done ever since the first time I've done
Yeah.
it. That's the way that you defend against it, though. But yeah, Kai's up. Is Kai up next, or is he
Kai
two
is up
fights away?
next against.
I think Jonathan Magno
is it
up
Jonathan next?
And
Okay,
then
Jonathan's up next.
It's Jonathan. I gotta take
Yeah.
a look at my rundown. I'm switching out of fighter mode, back into broadcast mode.
It's okay. I have to go into fighter mode.
Cool.
later,
All right.
Too,
So you know what I'm dealing with.
It's all good. I'm switching.
Pulling up the rundown here.
Yeah. So we have Jonathan Magno and DeAndre Arroyo.
So as they're getting ready, let's talk a little bit about our headlining fight tonight, which you were a part of.
I am a part of that.
So you and Mark fought Tony and Jordan at TSL 4.
Yes.
And so this is your second time around.
Yeah.
This is a rematch, everybody.
This is a rematch. Now the key thing, the difference there is that that match was one round. It was just to 10. So whoever wins that first round does not win the title
Right.
outright. It is not a single round. So we have this 2 of 3, and that can make all the difference either way. It doesn't, regardless of what happens, there has to be more than that. So it's not just about who can get the most points. It's also about longevity and stamina.
Totally. So with that in mind, can you talk at all about strategy tonight, or is it a little too early to do that yet?
I mean, the main thing with strategy is just working the distance and time, using understanding that their reach and their distance, and working outside of it, and then timing that appropriately to either counter or interrupt before an attack is ever made.
Sure.
That sounds really complicated, and it is. So it's not.
I spent all last week cutting clips and stuff and looking at a lot of these fights, and I was looking at that one in particular.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about that stabby style, seems like 3 of the 4 fighters in this
Correct.
employ that style.
Yeah, and I can if I need to. That is my classical training is Italian rapier, but I technically fight like a rapier fighter who uses both hands.
Sure.
So I will incorporate one-handed, but I don't typically fight like that. Now, and I think the difference, I won't say much more in strategy because I never like to give anything away, but the difference is that since fighting them, I've fighting Jimmy, who's also a tall fighter with a lot of reach, and I took Jimmy to yes, he beat me in 2 rounds, but we were tied at the last point each time. So I know how to work that distance of a taller fighter who can either quickly close distance or quickly escape distance when you're trying to counter. So it's something I've become very familiar with. So
let's throw it back to the ring. DeAndre Arroyo and Jonathan Magno are about to get it going. Now DeAndre is someone that we've seen fight in Darkwatch's past. He's missed the last couple. It's good to see him back here. Very fast, lots of range. Yeah, you guys know Magno from up north,
yes,
right?
So Jonathan Magno trains at my school, Davenport. Well, he's also actually the personal trainer and fitness trainer at Davenport European Martial Arts in Santa Clara. So he has some background in FMA, but he's been doing a lot of longsword training. Basically came into the school, started to learn longsword, started competing in longsword, and he fought in our Saber Masters tournament last year.
Last May.
Yep.
Well, Dre jumps out to a quick point, and there he goes again. There's that stabbing. Again, we were back to stabbing.
Yep.
It's always
that's always the
it's
most
quickest
satisfying
point,
thing.
It's the quickest point between A and B, right?
Yeah.
Straight line.
Yeah, a cut is 2 actions. A thrust is 1 action. That's the first thing you learn in Italian rapier. So.
Haven't seen Dre out here. He's looking real sharp. Though Ewok is going to bring it all together to suss out that point. So again, back to Magno. So he does the fitness training at Davenport. And Davenport is the big sword club that you guys
Yeah,
belong
in
to up there in
Santa Clara, California. So we're in Silicon Valley. So Stephen Fick is the the owner and instructor of that school, well respected in the human community. But Jonathan's been he always has a fitness trainer, and Jonathan stepped in recently, and has really taken to. I mean, recently, it's over a year probably at this point.
So as you and Allan started pioneering the Unity rule set, I know that his YouTube channel was doing a lot of videos about that too.
Yeah, he was stepping in, and they were experimenting with it. He really likes the Unity rule set and that continuous kind of action. So I made him step out of his comfort zone here because he likes the really continuous because he has the conditioning for it too. So
Dre has jumped out to a 2-1 lead. A lot of power here in this fight.
Wow.
2 strong fighters really going at it here. This is why we wear armor, everybody.
That and it might look good. If it's you, it looks good.
Mine does.
If it's me, I just have a patch on my back. And I have matching socks.
You have matching socks. You have cool Adidas.
Yeah.
I like the Adidas.
Well, and the Adidas aren't today because I have to wear wrestling shoes.
Oh, that's right. We're fighting on a mat today, so we have to wear special shoes
so
or go barefoot.
I have black wrestling shoes, so sadly couldn't find a good blue pair that fit well.
Ready? Wait.
Still 2-1, Dre.
Oh!
Well, that was a thing.
4-4. Score is still 2-1.
While Red did disarm,
but that's about to change.
Contact before that initiation.
Another point by Blue.
The big thing I'm seeing is that Jonathan is moving into Dre's long distance before making an attack or defense. So it's kind of
cool exchange there, but once again, Dre kind of powers through. We're getting deeper into the night, so usually the way these fights work is like the later you go into the night, the more and more experienced fighters you see. And I think that's what we're seeing here in this match here.
So one of the things Jonathan is doing is he's winding up a little bit, and on the wind up, that's when Dre is reacting with the counter. So
and coming in underneath quick or over top.
I mean, you're looking at me, Jonathan. You heard. If you want to hear it, I'm telling you why you're losing right now. So, that's what you got to do. You got to get your blade in front of you, man.
NorCal guys got to stick together, right?
Yeah.
As I try to take my armor off mid-thing. So real quick, I'm going to do a quick shout out to one of our sponsors. This is going to be Mark Reines, who's here tonight at and Reines Leatherworks. Big thanks for sponsoring the Darkwatch.
So
4-3 Blue. We're getting our scoreboard back here in a second. Once again, man, DeAndre's just dominating this fight. 5 points. So just going to switch sides here.
I mean, it's only a 2-point deficit. It's not insurmountable.
Agreed. So to come back from a fight like this, what do you have to do?
You have to step back. You have to look at what the fighter's doing.
He came underneath real quick there.
Yeah. So that you have to step back, see what they're doing, and just try to adapt to exactly what they're doing. You got to slow down the match and fight it on your tempo. And it seems like he's changing the tempo a little bit.
He is.
So.
Simultaneous. Subtract 1 point for both sides.
That is the third simultaneous.
Third simul.
Fighters are starting to ramp up a
Score is now 4-3 Blue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not insurmountable. Now we're already down to 1, but
Fight director Ewok just cautioned both fighters on their power. Something happens to me
in
quite a bit.
In championship series, we give a little bit more leeway a lot of times, but in a tournament, it needs to be more controlled.
Looks like Ewok almost wore one right there. Got out of the way just in time.
Yeah.
Back to 5-3. Blue's still ahead here. Jonathan's not going down easy.
The other thing to keep in mind is, actually, is Dre rocking a Suba or not?
He usually does.
Well, because Jonathan's not fighting. He never fights with the Suba. So I guess maybe they made a sort of gentleman's agreement.
Dre's not.
Oh, no, he does.
Dre's
No,
not
he does.
Is
I
he?
can see it. I can see it. It's just tucked in the... Yeah.
Man, cool flourishing attack there. I love seeing stuff like that. But that's another simul. Or it looks like it.
You
So
watch
judge are
calling
saying.
the action.
Override. Red strikes in a split second on the forearm of Blue just before Blue's contact. Point Red.
And that's a good mark on
goes red.
Ewok. He's calling the action, explaining what's going on. That's something we encourage in all of our consulars and directors is that we try to call the action the crowd knows, so the audience watching at home knows, so the fighters know here's what happened, here's what the judge saw, here's the word of God,
As it were. Or the word of Ewok.
Yes.
Yub nub.
Well, it'd be the word of, I guess, C-3PO,
Of God.
our gold God and Lord and Savior.
Hello, I think.
There it is.
Red gets in there for that point. inching his way back.
So what he did there is he moved off the line in Dre's action, allowed him to make them first move, and then cut into his preparation for the second attack. And that's what Jonathan needs to do. He needs to interrupt him, but also while getting out of that reach. So allow Dre to close the distance rather than Dre creating a distance that's hard for Jonathan to overcome.
Yeah. I mean, man. It's very easy as a fighter to get hung up on reach.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, reach is quite a discrepancy here between these two fighters, but that's not what it's all about.
No,
you can still get in if you don't have the reach.
You definitely can, but you have to do it carefully. I guarantee you'll probably see that in the main event. You'll see a lot of trying to get into someone's reach, whether that's Mark's reach or like Jordan's reach, for example.
So Dre is within striking distance of a win here with this round. Score is now 9-6. Can he put him away? We'll see. Very quick. I see some reds. I see some simul's. I see a blue.
Point, red.
Point goes to red.
Fighters ready?
10 seconds. 10 seconds left.
Come on, Blue, don't take it.
He's got to go. He's got to go. He doesn't have a choice. Time's going to run out.
He got it.
Looks like he got in.
But it's not reality. It's what the judges
expired.
see. No,
2 seconds left.
So
2 seconds left.
He'll get the final exchange.
Point, red. 2 seconds left.
2 seconds left. Jonathan is now 1 point away from tying this match up. Let's see if he can send us a sudden death.
Final exchange.
Final exchange.
Got into the arm.
Looks like it. Looks like it.
Sudden death.
And we've got sudden death. Sudden death.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He kept hitting into his preparation for an attack, so he was working the timing.
And Dre's trying to put him away and use that against him.
Yeah.
There's 1 minute on the clock. If no attempt to make a point has been made within that 1 minute, both of you lose the round. All right?
So you have to attack. You have to get in there. You have to try to score. Otherwise, you both lose. Here we go. 30 seconds. Here, we got a minute. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take this round?
It's going to be Blue.
Lightning quick. Lightning quick.
Yeah. Jonathan overcommitted on that step, but he was out of distance, so he stepped into his distance without being in attack distance.
Really impressive around there by both
Most
fighters.
definitely.
That was really cool to see Jonathan come all the way back and force sudden death. Sudden death is always a blast in this sport. So now we're going to take a quick break. They're going to get some water, and they're going to go at it again. Another close match here tonight. We've had a lot of close matches, a lot of really great fights already.
How many round threes have we had? 2?
2?
I think. Just
No, I mean, how many round 3s have we had tonight?
Oh man, we've had 3
three round threes.
I think we have 3. So and it's the night is young. We're probably going to see some more, and I wouldn't be surprised if this one doesn't go to 3.
We didn't get those stats already. You want them?
Let's see some stats. Show us some stats. We didn't get to them at the beginning, and Jamie Moss worked so hard on these. Jonathan first. Let's take a look at those beautiful stat sheets, everyone. Hailing from NorCal, as we said. Let's let that just wash on screen for a second. Okay, let's go ahead and do a transition into Dre. Look at that. Look at that. We're on some next level technical BS out here. But we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the ring. Back to the action. Dre and Jonathan Magno, round 2. Here we go. Back in action. Both fighters kind of taking their time.
And they both switched to a one-handed at the beginning of that, and then they kind of switched back.
Yeah.
Good honor. Point, red.
Point goes to red. Good honor, Blue.
Fight.
I believe in you, Blue.
Oh, there it was.
Good honor. Point, blue. Fight.
There it is.
Good honor. Point, red.
See, Jonathan has the reflexes to set him up. So that's kind of what he did there. Is
Yeah.
He reached out and was like waiting for Dre to move, and as soon as he moved, he went into action.
Jumped
and
in.
He knew he could be faster to the point.
Yeah, that's as a shorter fighter, speed is so important. Being able to get in and close that distance before they can chop your head off.
Yeah, and fast doesn't necessarily mean that you need, better conditioning or speed. It means understanding the tempo of the match.
Exactly.
And being able to interrupt a tempo or something that takes a half beat, you can do it in a quarter beat.
And that's where the point comes from.
Yep.
I felt better with that with my
Now-
last match than ever before.
And now we have a 3-1 Jonathan. So
yeah.
let's see.
Here we go. This match might go to 3 as well.
Look,
Don't know if the sound is coming across as the way it is in here to you guys on the stream, but these guys are hitting hard.
Faster on the strike, point blue.
and I would also say that they're probably hitting hard, but they're probably still at that 80% TSL mandated level because it's the 80% of their power. But in a tournament, we would be dialing them back. So that's something you understand. People that are new to it, like, oh, they're hitting hard. I don't want to be in the. If we fight in a tournament and people start hitting like this, director will call it back. They will say you need to calm down because we don't want. These guys agreed to this fight. They agreed to certain terms. And it seems like in an unspoken agreement, they kind of agreed to slightly more power.
So yeah, explain that to folks back home who might not know the difference between a standard tournament. This is not a standard tournament. This is a champion series fight. Championship series fight.
Yeah. So essentially, this is just Friday night fights. We Terry Birnbaum, our illustrious owner, has he had decided to put together these cards for us for all of our different events in Minnesota and Florida and California, and he we put these cards together and we have best of 3 rounds. So instead of a tournament fight where you would go and only fight 1 round to 10. You have the option to potentially come back if you lose your first round, and you could win 2 other the second and the third round. So, losing a round is not the end of the world. So they're now switching sides. It is 5-3 blue. So Jonathan had the lead, and now Dre has taken the lead on that. So.
Sorry.
You're good.
Technical difficulties and what have you. I'm going to move my laptop right here. Cool. Thank you. I'll fix it.
Simultaneous strike. The second of the round is still 5-3 blue.
Watch the power. Okay? So that is a point for blue. Fighters ready?
When you say access, what do you mean?
So Amanda's tracking this guy that's been trolling Jimmy.
I have access to it. What's up?
You have
Terry does too.
do you have enemies?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Had to route some power to my dying laptop.
Well, hold on, hang on.
Looks like Dre just tapped in for that point real quick. Score is now 7-3 blue. Well, once again, if Jonathan wants to get back in this fight, now's the time. He's got to go.
Simultaneous. That was our third, was it not? Third of the match. Minus 1 point for both sides.
So both fighters will lose a point here. That's the way that works.
Fighters ready? Fight.
Six to 2 Dre. Once again, comes straight over top. I see 2 blues, I see a red, and a Simo. We'll see what Ewok calls it. That call will go to the ring.
Under comes in slightly faster. Point red.
Red gets the point. 6-3 in favor of blue. Really fierce match between these 2 guys. And we'll see if Jonathan can muster what it's going to take to come all the way back here. Man. Drake came underneath and beat him to that point really quickly. I see all blues across the board from the judges.
Judges in the center.
Now Ewok is still going to call that back. He's going to see. He wants to see what each judge saw. So if he can award a point, he will award a point. But real quick, guys, in the chat, thank you for hanging out with us. We got a lot more action left. We're about halfway through our card tonight. We've got a lot of action left, including our headlining match, which is a rematch for the TSL World Championship of the Tag Team Division. Thank you. Thank you for helping me finish that sentence because my brain shut down. But that will be coming up later tonight. David Laudenschlager, Mark Carrico versus Tony Zeldula and Jordan Blankenship. It will be a fight for the ages. Back to the ring.
I am issuing a yellow card warning to Blue, right, to watch the power. Alright? So point red.
Fighters have gotten warnings already. Fight Director Ewok has just issued a yellow card to Dre. That's the first card I've seen in a Darkwatch fight since I've been involved in this for the last few years.
Yeah, it's only ever happened one other time before that.
Lewis Spooner.
Yes, sir.
Joined by Lewis Spooner here tonight.
Figured you could use some company.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Lewis. So far, this has been a pretty brutal match. These guys are hitting hard.
Oh yeah, very, very powerful fighters. Especially, I'm more experienced knowing Dre and watching him fight, and he's a very good power fighter. He has excellent targeting and focus. He is like, in some instances, I've seen him fight like a dancer, I've seen him fight like a fencer, but he's been doing a lot of power moves today.
Yeah, Dre, that's always what struck me about him, is how versatile he is. He fights like a dancer. He fights like a two-handed kendo fighter. He does all kinds of stuff.
White, blue, match goes to blue.
Match goes to blue.
Very good fight. That was
We went to 2 rounds, and Dre put him away. Dre hasn't been at a Darkwatch fight the last 3 Darkwatches, I think.
Yep,
Comes back out, still in top form. Actually, Lewis, could I have you bring Dre to me?
Sure.
So we can interview him? We're going to go bring the winner of that match over. Let me flip this monitor around so I can see myself. Nice. Okay, so Dre takes the match in 2 rounds. We're going to bring him on over so I can have a quick chat with him. And he can talk to you guys. Dre Arroyo, come on over, man. Take the seat. How you feeling?
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, you guys are hitting hard.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. We're both tough, but
we talked. Dave and I were talking about that. It seemed like you guys have been around the sport a while. This is a championship series match. It's not a tournament fight. Someone more of that power is a little more appropriate. Although there was a yellow card. But so when you get that yellow card, what does that what does that do to your mindset?
Nothing really. I mean, we're out there, we're having a good time. I mean, when he got called on the yellow card, I was like, oh, because we're both good. We were having a good time. I'm exhausted. It's been a long time since I fought.
Yeah, how long? It's been 3 Darkwatches that you've missed the last 3,
yeah,
right?
I think last February was the last time I lost. So it's been a year.
You seem like you're in top form.
Nah,
you took that round from a very experienced fighter in 2 rounds.
I'm out of shape, but you know, it's all about having fun.
That's right.
I have fun. I'm glad to be back with the team and the guys, and just having a good time.
Dre, you look good, man.
Thank you.
Good to see you back out here, dude. Thank you. Back home in the chat. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and pull up some graphics for our next fight. You might recognize this guy. He's been joining me here at the broadcast booth all night. Joe is telling me no. Actually, the first fighter is going to be Kai, our blue fighter, Kai Eva, sorry. One-handed fencer from Northern California, facing Dale Snyder, who you know from earlier in the broadcast tonight. Both fighters are taking the ring right now, getting ready to do battle. Lewis, we have a shorter fighter against a taller fighter. Does reach win every time?
Not every time, but Dale knows how to combat against smaller opponents, especially being the tallest in TSL.
So let's see how this goes. We're going to see 2 one-handed fighter styles here.
Mm-hmm.
One is more of a fencer, one is more that Carrico, stab you in the face kind of style.
It's more like fencing versus Officer Saber.
Right, and now we have you open. Dale strikes first. 1-0 red.
I think Dale's going to use the range to his advantage.
Yeah, he just did again. He just tapped him right. Up, good honor by red. He defers that point. He didn't really fully get him on the wrist. Ooh.
Wow.
Kai Eva's got speed, and he also has reach. He's very deceptive with his reach. I fought Kai back at Clockwork at March last year. Lost to him. Did a flying squirrel on him. Lost that point too. Kai Eva will keep you guessing. He's very fast.
Oh, nice counter.
You can
right
tell
there.
he's an experienced fencer. He moves like a fencer. He dances around. He can block. He can parry. He can counter. He can turn those attacks right back around on you.
He parried extremely well right there.
Point, blue.
Sure.
And here we go. 2-1 blue now. Kai's take the lead. And I see 2 blues. I see 3 blues and a red from the judges.
Crack
Thank you,
open
Lewis.
for you.
Appreciate it, sir. You get thirsty calling these fights, I'll tell you what.
Oh, yeah. That was a very, very surprising, very explosive parry that he performed just a few moments ago.
It just goes to show that there's all kinds of different styles that go into this sport. You have kendo fighters, you have fencers, you have the Mark Carrico style, you have weirdos who do movie stuff like me. Like,
right.
It all works until it doesn't.
Right. And then there's a handful of fighters like me who has a lot of tools in their toolbox and can't really decide which one they want to use in the moment.
But you don't have to. That's the beauty of it. You can do all of them.
I try my best.
3-1 blue.
Dale's baiting. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh. That was close. That almost looked like toes.
Did that?
That looked like toes almost.
I always get nervous about barefoot fighters that looked like he got bare skin on that. You may have. I'll have to ask Dale when he gets back.
Right.
But so far, Kai is giving him the run for his money.
Oh. Nice, good move.
There's that reach.
Just
there's that Dale Snyderhand reach right there.
Had that quick reaction time to get right inside the guard. Oh, again,
another super aggressive
open opportunity.
Once you start hearing those sabers whoosh around,
oh yeah,
that's when you're going to start hearing some warnings given out.
Yeah. And here we are for another exchange. Oh, a lot of swashbuckling going on here. Almost parry. Oh, got inside with the reach.
Point, red.
Yes, he did. Point red. So now we're tied up at 4.
4-all. We have as Dale Snyderham would say, we have a fight on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
That he would. That he would. This has been an exciting match to watch the exchange.
A lot of really, really good exchanges here. A lot of swashbuckling going on, and attacks and parries. Ooh.
Red.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
And Dale takes the lead for the first time in this round. Fighters will switch sides. We switched sides at 5 points. You guys have probably already picked that up.
Well, if they've been watching for this long, they should.
If you've been watching this long, you probably already got that much. And here we go. I really have to commend Dale on the upgrades he's made to his armor.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, he's got that Mandalorian style, and, this is the way.
This is the way.
Ooh,
nice move.
What an exchange here. This is what you see by some of these one-handed style fighters, where it's a lot of back and forth and less crashing into the point. You see them both kind of giving and taking and moving around the ring. So far, this may be my favorite fight of the night.
Let him check.
We have a gear check.
Fighters are returning to their corners. We got to check out that sweet armor that I was just talking about. They're checking just to make sure that he's covered, that he's going to be protected as we move forward. Dale currently sitting with a 2-point lead over Kai. But as we saw at the open of this match, Kai is an explosive fighter, and 2 points. That's not much. You can make up that distance very quickly.
You can, if you're fast and accurate enough, you can make up a 4-point differential fairly easily. But it also depends on who you're fighting and how their defenses are.
Still working through the gear issue with Dale. Really quickly. Never mind. I thought I was gonna cut to a graphic, but we're ready to go again.
Doesn't take long.
It doesn't take long. Okay, so what's happening right now in the middle of the ring is Ewok is warning the fighters that he's starting to hear those whooshes that we were talking about.
Right.
These guys are winding up and starting to really put some zip behind those strikes. The last fight we had a yellow card, so we'll see if that happens. See if they dial it back and how they deal with it. Have you ever been called on power in a fight, Lewis?
Never.
I know I sure have. Sometimes it can mess with you.
Nothing done.
They'll stop the action, and we're going to start again.
There's a lot of really good exchanges here, a lot of good lockups too.
This, probably of all the fights so far, secondary to maybe Dre and Magno, the last one. Lots of exchange, a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
Longer engagements.
It's definitely a lot more exciting for our, ordinary audience member, not necessarily for our fighting audience members.
And if you like that kind of swashbuckling, free-flowing kind of lightsaber style, stick with us, because later on tonight we're going to have a unity match between some of the best on the West Coast. Allan Block and Daniel Lane. That's going to be coming up in just a little bit.
In this announcer's humble opinion, I consider them two of the best in the world.
That's not an over-exaggeration. So stick with us. We have some of the top talent in the world here tonight in this building.
Point, red.
Point goes to red.
We have a few members of the top 10 in TSL's championship series here in the building tonight as well.
Yeah, we do. Dale is pulling away now, 8-4 in favor of red.
Looks like he was pulling in a bait, but
I see two blues. I see two reds. We'll see what AWOC calls.
Good honor. Red to first.
Red to first. Good honor. Good honor. The self-declare. It's so important in the sport, isn't it?
It absolutely can be. Even if it costs you a match, people will still look up to you, ask you for tips and pointers. Even Dale being a sabersmith as he is, they might even come to him to ask him to do some work for them. It's great for the merit side of the sport, for sure.
So this is the final exchange. Red will take this match. And it looks like he'll take the point as well.
Yep.
Point and round, red.
Very well fought. A lot of fantastic
So
exchanges.
far, let me say that the broadcast talent, undefeated. Undefeated here tonight. Really want to take most of the credit for that, if I could.
Because your fight was earlier in the day.
But Dale is doing just a bang-up job out there tonight. But I'm trying to get his attention. He's ignoring me.
Well, he can't hear you in that mask.
He can't hear us in the mask. There you go. Maybe one of my favorite fights of the night so far.
I agree.
A lot of the dancing around, a lot of these, like I said, longer exchanges, longer engagements, less of the crashing in, stabbing in for the point, more parries, more blocks, all kinds of stuff. That's what I want to see in the sport.
Every exchange in this fight was fantastic. He would lay into the attack and then parry on a counter and then parry again, and it was just fantastic amounts of. I like to call it swashbuckling because that's just the best commercial term I have for most people.
Really quickly, I'm going to respond to a question in chat here coming from Brian Riddick on YouTube. He's asking, is that a Suba guard halfway down the hilt of Dale's saber? We'll take a look at that again. But yes, it is. The way that saber is designed, and it's designed by our own Mark Carrico, who will be fighting here later tonight with a similar saber, it basically makes use of the rules of how long a saber hilt can be, and it kind of games that and makes a saber. So basically, the Suba is right on top of where your hand would go as a one-handed fighter, but then the rest of the hilt extends above that, which gives you the ability to max out your length on both your hilt and your blade.
That's right.
And a fighter like Dale is maxing out. So that's what that is doing, is giving him ability to have an absolutely the longest possible saber possible, and that gives you the more range. So you see a lot of fighters do that. And also, yes, by the way, Mark Carrico makes these custom for each of these fighters, and you'll actually see a few of the fighters using this style saber tonight. And they make them under Shadowcrest Sabers, which is Dale's company. That makes sabers. So we're always fighting with sabers. We're selling sabers. This is part of our world. It's what we do. So I hope that answered your question, Brian. That was probably more info that you wanted, but there you go. Yes, it is a Suba. We'll have him bring his sword back to the booth, and we'll take a look at it close up. But back to the action.
A lot of really good exchanges going on here. Another set of parries. High energy, good focus.
Kai refusing to be backed into a corner.
Ooh.
Just nicked his jacket. And sometimes these points are scored, and the judges know that they happen because they hear them. You can hear the tip of the saber hitting the edge of the jacket, and that's what happened there.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, looks like we're out for another set of heated exchanges. All Saber.
Oh, right.
Director's called hold.
Step back from fight distance. Okay? Judges to the center action. Reset.
So this is again. This was Ewok. So our fight director tonight. This is his first full fight as a director in a championship series.
I believe so.
I feel like he's really controlled the pace of the night. I feel like he's really controlled these fights really well. And the fight director is such an important aspect of this sport.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was fingers. It looks like
fingers. It looks like, but fingers don't count.
Right.
Wrists count. Fingers don't.
A lot of these strikes are going like. I see a lot of hilt strikes coming out.
A lot of hilt strikes with both of these fighters. But again, Dale has an extra long hilt.
Right.
Which is specially designed for that, but that's what they're getting at with that style of saber.
You can get very good parries off of a hilt like that. So if you're into the parry game, go to Shadowcrest Designs. Or contact Mark Carrico.
And contact Mark Carrico. He's the guy who makes that style saber. Once again, another pretty close fight. Lot of swinging, lot of action, lot of parries and counters and things. Yeah, and yet, after all of that, Dale is only up by 3. So that is a distance that can be easily surmounted by a fighter like Kai Eva, but he's going to have to dig deep. Because once you get past 3, then it's really tough to come back from it.
It becomes more difficult. I agree. It does become a lot more difficult as you get up to the 4 or 5 point differential range.
And now we're up to 4. So now it becomes difficult because Kai has to play Dale's game. Dale can play whatever game he wants because he's up by 4 points.
Right.
And if Dale takes this round, he takes the match.
A lot of baiting going on here. They're testing each other's ranges.
Oh! But that's how you do it.
Very good exchange.
That's how you do it.
Point blue.
Point goes to blue.
He's on the board.
So Kai Eva's now on the board. He's down by 3. Can he do this? Can he come back? He's still got the time. About minute 20 left.
Ooh,
that's how you
exchange.
do it. He baited Dale into moving. He jumped back and then came in for the strike.
It was a good parry on Kai's fault. Oh, good parries there.
Dale's getting a little aggressive for a 2-point lead.
Oh, ooh, good exchanges.
Kai is not going down without a fight.
Their footwork is matching their handwork. They're both intense, very accurate fighters here.
These exchangers are definitely the best that we've seen, I think, all night.
This is proof that size means little. Able to get in on the guard like that. Very nice move. Let's see what the judges are going to call it.
Point goes to red. Dale is now up by 3. But again, 3 points. You can do it, but you got to make a move. Timer's less than a minute now. So now he's really running out of time.
Dale
I see 2 blues and 2 reds.
Dale had a really good Molinet on his parry.
Point goes to red. Coming down to it. Kai's really going to have to push here. We've got about 30 seconds left.
Ooh,
he's got to get in there and score. He's running out of time. I see a blue and 2 reds. 18 seconds left. Point goes to red.
And there's a 5-point differential
About
now.
15 seconds left. Now all Dale has to do is sit back and let the clock run out.
Depends on how froggy he's feeling.
Oh, see? Because even there, Kai goes in for it, but Kai's still down by 4.
Mm-hmm. Good set of exchanges, though. He has to be, even if he loses, Kai has to be very proud of this fight. He had a very, very good showing today.
He basically has to go and do 4 flying squirrels in a row.
Time. Final exchange.
So time has expired here at the dojo.
Final exchange, fighters. Fight.
Oh.
No, you're fine.
Dale took it in the neck, but he seems fine. Dale is a tough character.
Blue strike.
I will tell you that.
Invalid target. Red strikes and strikes after. Point red.
Score is now 8-4.
Match goes to red.
Match goes to red. Again, I think Reach kind of told the story of that match.
Yes, but Kai put up a very, very good fight. He needs to be proud of that fight.
He did. Can you bring Dale over here for me, please?
He's heading this way right now.
Let's do it. Let's bring him on over. What a fight, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe the best exchanges of the evening.
He is a crazy
so
good
far.
fighter.
Actually, Dale, come on up here. Talk to me about it. Here, actually, you know what? I want to see the Saber real quick. We had some people asking about it in the chat. Dale, have a seat real quick. As Dale is getting ready and having a seat, I'm going to go ahead and show this Saber to our camera.
He is such a good fighter.
Okay, let's talk about this. Dale's back. You took the match in 2 rounds.
Yeah.
But that was probably some of the best exchanges we've seen in the entire
We tried, yeah. He is a good fighter. In Havasu, I keep the inside very well. What he was doing was applying these really good taps every time I would try to go in. Oh yeah, he was applying these really beautiful taps as I would go in that would throw me off. And really I had to get to a place where I wasn't used to getting. And that's where somebody was pushing me to the outside. But wow, that was a good match. Yeah.
Real quick, so yeah, definitely a really what was cool about that is that both fighters were such proficient one-handed fighters.
Yeah, I'm not used to that. The distance that he could stop me from getting just by batting my blade around. Like I really want to say that his ability to get in was insane. It's been luckily I spar with the guy who's coming up next. His name's David Moreno. And he's really quick and gets in.
Speaking of which, let's set up the next fight.
Yeah, by all means.
Great job, Dale. That was a really exciting fight.
I'm not going to strip all the way.
So first up, we're going to have Neil Stewart, the shy guy from Southern California. Yeah. He's one of our regulars, one of our up-and-coming, exciting fighters here in Southern California.
One of my favorite SoCal
One of my
fighters.
favorite, another one-handed fighter.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily. He sometimes does the stabby game, but he can do so much more than that.
I call him
he's very
the counter
versatile.
king. He's the shy guy, but he's definitely got that counter down pat, where he just slides out just a little bit and then comes in.
And then he's going to be going up against David Marino,
who is
also from Lake Havasu.
And
right?
he fights. He's one of the team Shadowcrest guys that we are sponsoring out that way. People who come out all the time, and so we wanted to give back to the community, so we go ahead and sponsor them. He's a great guy. He spars with me all the time, and he provides a very fast. One of the reasons why I think I won at Comic-Con was because I was fighting him more, because he was so quick that I was used to seeing things at a much larger speed. But he's got a hell of a fight. He fights Chinese longsword, and but we have been trying to get him into doing things that are a lot more TSL centric. You know, me and Mark talked about it in that match that I just had. There are certain things that you do in other sports, like what Kai was doing, that don't necessarily translate as well to the Saber Legion, and so we've been trying to bring David into a place where his stuff will translate a little bit better into the Saber Legion, and we're really proud of how far he's come.
Well, let's check out how far he's come. Let's take the action back to the ring.
This will be his first Saber Legion event.
Here we go.
And Neil is imposing, to say the least.
Yeah, Neil is especially another fighter who takes his armor very seriously. Real cool.
Oh yeah, see, it was just went down on his leg. David's really. What would you? He's got a lot of nerves right now, so I think it might take a couple points to really get that out.
Is this his first?
Yes,
this is his first TSL match.
Yes.
I remember what mine was like.
Other than sparring. But we've been working on getting in on Neil. So the point is, Neil's so good. See, but he does. He
kept coming.
See,
he kept
so
coming,
we've been working
that
on
point.
that, on making sure you take that extra step with Neil.
Blue.
Go blue.
It was a good exchange. Neil got it. David's going to have to figure him out. Oh, right from underneath. So he's good at throwing the blade. Like I'm telling
he blocks,
you.
He comes underneath. He thrusts it in the chest.
Really proud of what he's doing because he's definitely been working hard on it. Look at the in and out, right? So see, that's one thing that Neil's doing a really good job of seeing because Neil knows spacing. His spatial awareness is really good, Neil's. So that's one thing David is going to have to realize that he's going to have to try to get in on Neil before Neil can figure out his spacing. And Neil's figuring that out really quick, so now what's the next step? 3-1 so far.
Blue initiates a strike. Red man gets to block.
Oh, nice. Red gets the point. 3-2.
3-2.
I'm
Another
very
close
proud
fight.
of David. This is what we've been working on, and to see David come in here and initiate it is
Especially
really exciting to see.
Against a fighter like Neil.
Yeah, I think Neil was able to get over the top on that. Oh,
Neil is able to bend his arm in weird ways that sends like his saber into weird angles that are
Right.
almost impossible to defend against.
And David has to figure that out. But it's funny how Neil is. Look at he gets in. You see how he continues to get in?
Yep.
Really
Keeps
cool.
pushing.
It does look like Neil ended up getting it, but sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to figure out when to stop. Oh, steps back.
He got
gets
in there. He got in there.
I'm telling you, this guy is somebody to watch. He's also a BMX. He's a sponsored BMX rider. David.
He's a big BMX rider.
Yeah, he's a sponsored BMX rider.
Oh, wow.
Did you see that step out and in? I'm telling you, are you okay? See if he's
Looked
okay.
like he tweaked an ankle there. He's
Yeah,
hobbling
we
a
don't
little
want
bit.
that. He's got a big BMX thing next week.
It's so interesting to see.
Do you see his footwork, though?
What kinds of other sports the fighters have?
You see his footwork? He works on it all the time, staying underneath himself.
Yep. Like a fencer. Ooh.
Oh man, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
dude, this guy's somebody to watch. He's intense.
Tenacious.
Yeah. Well, Neil's really gonna have to figure out.
He just
really-
took the lead on Neil.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see David.
Wow,
do
this is impressive. That's a really impressive first showing.
I know. He's getting out some of those jitters. It's just exciting to see. You're going to see some amazing things out of David and Neil once they figure each other out.
Clock
The
is
dance.
now less than a minute.
See how he did that under and up?
Yep.
He's trying to combat Neil's over the top. And I think Neil's starting to see it.
You gotta reach on him, don't let him get close.
Here's how
Look
to
at
keep
him,
going.
he's very solid. Oh, there he is. Oh, in, out, in, out, in, out. It's either red or blue, whoever scored first.
I see 3 reds.
Really comes
We'll
down
see.
to what
We'll
he
see
saw.
what Ewok comes up with.
David's happy, I can tell. You know, David has his girlfriend actually last night told him to calm down because I guess he was grinding his teeth in his sleep last night.
He was just so psyched
he
up
was
for the
so
fight.
psyched for this, you know. And I think we've all been there.
Well, hey,
but then he saw this amazing stuff you guys have been putting out with the with all of the cool
graphics and
the graphics, and he's like, oh my god, this is something.
We're definitely trying to make it into something, aren't we, Dale?
Yeah.
Red strike penetrates through.
Red gets a point. Beautiful.
So red is now up 2 to 4. Go ahead,
Yeah.
take it.
Yep. This is kind of what I expected David to do, but now it's really up to Neil to figure out what David's doing and get inside of it. It's a different. Oh, and Neil does it. Comes from the side. That very awkward sort of thing that Neil does, where he can get his arm to go in an awkward position. Those are the type of things that he needs to do against David, because David isn't used to that. I don't show David any of that. I'm a straightforward fighter. Look at that back and forth, swashbuckling. Sort of fighting.
So here's the Neil that I
now
know.
Neil got used to see. So now it's 6 up right now, and it's really anybody's game.
The other thing that
needs
Neil
to get used to.
will do is then halfway through the match he
switches it up.
He starts to pour it on.
Yes.
As you are starting to kind of run out of energy, that's when his starts
The
to
good
pour
thing
in.
about David is me and David will fight for 2 hours. straight. So I don't think he's going to get David to run out of energy.
Final exchange.
But he can use some of that stuff that he's been doing for years now. Yeah, see? David isn't used to that strike. It's beautiful.
Blue takes the round by 2, but that doesn't really tell the story of the round.
No.
Because he was up for most of that.
It was a great back and forth. I mean, the way that David's fighting against Neil is exactly what I wanted to see. He's using the ends, he's trying to get underneath and over the top, and it looks really nice.
Oh, sorry. I mean, knowing how many times that I've fought Neil, like at practice nights in the middle of the week, I would be super psyched about holding any kind of lead for any amount of time.
Yes, right?
And he definitely made a really strong showing in that first round.
And you know what? He didn't give up. Trust me. Look, he's got Mark in his corner right now, and that's a good thing because Mark is going to show him some stuff. Really, David started changing when Mark came down for a visit, and David really started showing him some stuff. And I've just been sort of trying to build upon what Mark has shown David. And with Mark moving out to Lake Havasu here next month, we really are getting a huge.
Whoa. Hold the phone.
Yeah.
So that's happening?
Yeah.
So Carrico's going to be an Arizona guy.
Yeah, he's my Shadowcrest design. He's my partner out there. So he's moving out.
That stinks for us Northern California guys, by the way.
Yeah,
you just have to take his training and pass it on.
Yes, exactly. And it's
pass
what I
on
did.
What you have learned.
It's what I did, or what I've tried to do in Southern California, or not Southern, in Lake Havasu. And really getting someone like that out there, I think Lake Havasu is going to turn into a really big mecca of good fighters here very shortly. And with what we're already seeing out of them.
And I'm just going to go ahead and guess. I'm going to guess that most of them are going to be skilled at stabbing people in the face.
You would think, except for I don't think David really does really good with that type of stuff. His job is to really getting in and doing these beautiful strikes from underneath, or as we saw in that one where he's aiming low but then switches it up to get underneath the wrist. And those are the type of things that I think you're going to start seeing more from David in this next round. David is really got to get up off some of those jitters. I mean, he had the lead, and that's scary. That's sometimes that's the scariest thing that can happen. I had Mark in my corner going, hey, step back, give him 3 feet, don't let him attack. And so I was up luckily by like 7-2 at that point, but it was still scary to sit back because Kai kept coming in and getting those points. Now it's really going to be up to it's really going to be up to David to knock off some of those jitters and get in.
Well, here we go. 0-0. Now's his chance.
I'm just proud of these guys out of Lake Havasu coming out here tonight, getting in the car, coming out. And he's holding Neil. Like Neil has that funny way of getting in on you.
He does.
Especially what David might want to even start doing is stepping off the line a bit. Oh, it's right underneath on the wrist. That's the type of thing I like to see out of David.
It's really the best way you're going to be able to score on Neil because it's the only part of his body that is kind of exposed.
It's hand hunting, but
when
you have to do it.
You're not going to get his body. That's the thing.
No. Look at the way he moves. Neil moves too. Oh, see, it works against me. Oh, Yoki.
You wound up. Looks like Blue may have taken that point.
Yeah.
What happened there? Blades went around. As Blue's blade went under, it just scratched under Red's arm, and then Red scratched at Blue's. Right before anything happened where there was falls or anything. So point Blue.
Blue takes it 2-1.
2-1.
Still a match here.
Hold.
Oh, the table had to give the point. Here they are. Neil is taking getting in on David, but now he's backing up as David was coming into him. Look at them, the in and out. I don't think I've seen David be this or Neil be this mobile before. David's really forcing it on.
Can we set it at 5? We'll do that after this.
Simultaneous.
Oh, simultaneous. This is not something we see. Simos from Neil and Neil being pushed to move. One thing I said to David before today, I said if we can force Neil to start moving, then you can take this match.
Real quick, Dale, for the folks at home who might not understand, why do we always call those simultaneous? Why is that a thing?
Simultaneous, so like when they both hit at the same time.
And why does that eventually somehow lead to removal of points?
I'm
What
gonna
is the
have
thing
to-
that they're trying to get away from there?
Well, they want definitive strikes, right? So they want strikes that mean something, and so they're going to take points. If you guys are continuing to say like hand hunt, it's kind of trying to force you to go in and to get these definitive strikes where the judges can
We're
make the
defending
right
against
call.
definitive strikes
Yes,
as well.
exactly.
Instead of both people just crashing in for the point, that's what we want to get away
Exactly, and
That's no
so
fun
it's
for anybody to
important.
watch.
Yeah, I mean, as much as this is a sport, I think it also has to be fun to watch. And if there's all this hand hunting and simos on the hands, I think you gotta force them to go in. So it looks like a lot of blue. Blue gets the point, 3-1.
3-1 in favor of Neil.
David just really needs to figure out how to get in. What's the next step now that Neil has his strike? You know, it's hard coming out on your first time.
Remember, fighters, you don't have to reset. You just have to break fight distance.
So now we're 4-1. Now it's really up to David to make that change. What's next? I mean, Neil's such a hard fighter. What do you need to do to get in? You know, right now he needs to block and he needs to get in close to Neil, get around his blade. Maybe sometimes don't even hit his blade. Yeah, see, those things work on me. They're not working on Neil.
I
Looks
see
like we have a
3
lot
reds.
of reds.
Looks like that worked on Neil.
Well, we're going to see. He's making his decision. Yeah, so they're trying to figure out what happened. Luckily, Mark is sitting in David's corner and sort of just giving him a little bit of help, telling him what he's doing wrong. While I'm sitting here and I can't be in his corner, it's really nice to be able to rely on Mark to provide some of the people I've been sparring with a little nice buffer of information. And you're going to learn a lot from that buffer.
Always. So here we go. It's 4-1.
Well, they're deciding right now. They had a bunch of reds, but I think they're wondering if that red actually hit, right? No points? Which is good on either end. I mean, they're just making sure that they get the right call in. You can't make any decisions, then there's no guessing. David is just keeping himself underneath his feet. Neil is pushing him, and it looks like, so it does look like he went low. David,
We'll see if he went too
looks
low.
like he did get the point.
Here we go.
Yeah, see, with these two, they're both kind of like locking in, and when they release, they're hitting the mat. And that's one thing that the dojo asked us if we could. Oh, it looks like if
There's one of those weird angles I'm always talking about.
I almost didn't see blue. I looked like red hit, but they had that line figured out, and it didn't happen the way we had seen it, which is okay. All right, David is 2-5 against Neil. Neil is using those angles to his advantage in this second round. But David made the honor call. Self's call.
Point blue, 6-2 blue. There's that 4-point differential that's really tough to come back
from.
from.
Yeah, we call it 3 is easy to come back, but I'd like to see what David does at this point. You know, like as a fighter, what is David's next move? Oh, he did a round, came up over the top, came up on blue, 6-3. We're back in the 3-point range. All right, David stepping back, waiting on the punch. Oh, see, that's that thing that Neil does well, and it's hard to combat. He did a stutter step and then went in. One thing that is hard to figure out is when somebody does that stutter step. Like, what's the next thing they're going to do? Are they going to step out?
5
There's 5
seconds.
7-3. David goes in for the thrust. Does look like Neil came up over him. Blue takes the point. Final exchange, 8-3. But you know what? I have to say, David came out, really showed his stuff.
This is a really experienced fighter to coming up against a guy like that for your very first Darkwatch fight. That's
insane.
That's tough.
I'm going to step and give
Okay.
you...
Actually, why don't you go grab Neil for me? Bring him on over, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Thank you,
of course.
Dale. So we're going to have a quick
Neil.
post-fight interview with Neil. We're going to break that down, and then we're going to go to a quick break while we prepare for our Unity fight, which is coming up in just a few minutes. Allan Block, Daniel Lane, two of the best fighters in the world, are going to go at each other with this cool new rule set. Stick with us 1 second. Actually, Neil Stewart is joining me, and Neil, the shy guy, won't even take his mask off. This is the way. I mean, I'm the Mandalorian. I have my helmet off. This guy, this is the way right here. Neil, speak loud so we can hear you. Fantastic fight. What was the biggest challenge that Dave gave you in the ring just now?
Definitely he was very good at managing his range control.
How do you defend against that? As a fighter, how do you defend against that? What
at
do you
that
have
point,
to do?
if both opponents can utilize that tactic, it becomes a chess match from there on. Early on, it was even beats. I had to take some time to adjust, but eventually I was starting to get a feel for it. His defense was kind of passive, so timed right, you can blow through it. But other than that, he was one of my tougher opponents.
One of your tougher opponents.
Yeah.
It was a really good match. Is this your second Darkwatch? Third Darkwatch. What's your record now?
No loss.
No loss. No loss. Think about that. Maybe we'll see the shy guy here in one of these big name championship fights coming up. That's what I would like to see. Neil, great fight, man. I love the commitment to not taking your helmet off. I totally respect that. This is the way. Thanks again, man. Good fight.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
See you on court.
And for the folks back at home, we are going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. 5 minutes. Stay with us. We're going to throw the graphic up in just a second. We're going to reset the ring. We're going to get some music set. We're going to come back. We're going to have a really exciting, free-flowing, awesome fight by two of the best fighters in the world. We'll be right back. here, and these two fighters look a little uncomfortable. They're a little mad at each other because at the very first Darkwatch, how many years ago was that? I wasn't there. This was before my time. How long ago was this, the first Darkwatch? When did it happen?
3 long years ago.
3 years ago, these two guys fought one of the biggest cards that we ever put on early on. Two of the best fighters in the world. Let's go ahead and face camera. This is Allan Block, everybody. The man that ESPN magazine called the LeBron James of lightsaber fighting. Okay, I put it out there. It's done. We said it. It's out there.
That wasn't me.
And of course, Daniel Lane, one of the people who inspired me to get into this sport. Two of the flashiest, coolest fighters I've ever seen are going to be fighting with this rule set. Now, you guys fought 3 years ago.
That's right.
Allan, how did that go?
Well, we went till I think the last round, and of course he cheated, so he won that one. And you know, since that time, you know, I have won a few championships. You know, I was a world champion for a while, and
there was
you know,
the ESPN thing.
Yeah, there was the ESPN thing, and so. But I don't know. I haven't really seen Daniel do much except for, you know, lose against Dale in the last time. So I think it's time for us to have a rematch so I can regain what is rightfully mine.
We'll come back to what is rightfully his in just a second. Let's go ahead and throw it to our dark side, Revan, Daniel Lane. So he says you cheated to win the last time.
That's right.
Is that true? Is that what happened?
There was no cheating from me at that match. It was pure skill. If he wants to see cheating and playing dirty, I can oblige, if that's the kind of fight he wants.
Okay. So, real quickly, what was lost 3 years ago at Darkwatch 1? The blade. Oh, I shouldn't hold it with the blade. The blade of Revan. This has been held in the possession of Daniel Lane for the last 3 years.
The true Revan.
But today, Allan, you're going to be fighting for it again.
Yes.
What should we look for from your fighting style tonight?
Impeccable fighting. Fighting that looks good. I'm not trying to go for doubles, unlike maybe some other people here that you've seen here. I'm really looking to honor what has been taught to me and honor what I think is good, clean fighting.
Good, clean fighting. Are we going to see that from Mr. Darkside?
Ferocity.
Okay, ferocity. There it is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get this thing started, so I'm going to send these two to the ring to work out their frustration, and whoever wins takes this blade home. Fighters, best of luck to you. May you fight with honor. That wasn't awkward at all. Let's do it. All right, guys. And let's throw it to the ring. We're going to go throw it to David Laudenschlager, who's going to explain briefly what Unity is and how it works. Actually, both of you come back here, and we'll do a thing. Go ahead. Get ready and get ready to fight. Deal.
The ABCs really helped me out in my fight. Ooh, it's good to be back. There's a seat and it's comfy. Oh, this is so. I did this for Daniel Lane years ago. He's put it through its paces with. Oh, I thought it was.
I thought he was explaining to us.
Yeah, isn't it killed?
Actually, go talk to David and have him explain this thing to the camera, not to the crowd.
Well, there's no crowd over there anyways.
Actually, pick up that camera.
Yeah, because he's talking to that camera.
Great. Cool. Problem solved. Never mind. Okay, folks, I know that was tough to hear, so we're going to go ahead and kind of explain that a little bit. The Unity rule set is a new rule set that was pioneered by Allan Block and David Laudenschlager. And the idea was to create a style of fighting that employs more of a free-flowing, less start and stop. If you see the way that our regular fights work, it's kind of like a fencing match or a kendo match where you fight to a point, stop, separate, start again. This is different. This is different where there is no start and stop. It's a long, free-flowing fight for 90 seconds.
About it. I've seen them in spurts, right? So you're definitely going to be the main guy on this calling. I'll do my best. But this is Unity is this new thing that we're all trying to get our grasp on, and it comes down to showing the intent. So going for a full strike, correct? You're going for a full strike.
I am going for a full strike. Actually, I'm being called in. I'm being called in to judge.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and leave this to you.
I just tried to give it to him.
Good
that
luck.
Didn't work.
I'm going to go ahead and judge.
Sometimes the blind do lead the blind.
Sometimes.
This would be one of those times.
So are we talking Unity right now?
Oh yeah. Oh, look at you. You came out of nowhere to save my day.
Yeah, Jesse slipped out, I slept in, but Unity it's actually pretty interesting. I had a chance to fight.
You have to show intent to strike, correct?
Exactly. Well, you have to, and then you also have to disengage once you have that, that definitive strike.
Yeah.
So, your sword or your blade actually has to come at a certain angle behind, make contact with your opponent, and then disengage to show.
Which is different than TSL stuff, because a lot of times when you're in TSL, you're just going for the strike. So you don't go behind. You don't go over the top, right? So
Absolutely.
what we're going to see is more of the Molyneux, the strikes. So while they are going to look harder hitting, there is a control factor again within this. Now, one thing that I do want to mention as well, and this comes directly from headquarters, is this is something that not everybody gets to do. This is something that you need to train in order to do, show your proficiency within it, and then you can be allowed or chosen to do this, correct?
Yeah, well, the main thing is it's not that that everybody can do it. It's something that we're still testing out.
Yes.
Also, the endurance factor, right? I mean, if you don't train this type of fighting, you're never going to excel in it. Right. So it's really different from that, our basically our fast tap, our fast twitch kind of reflection. These guys actually
You're going to go right into your cardio in the first 15 seconds.
I fought at the last Made Force event, and man, I had my matches won in the first, but then I lost my second matches because I ran out of gas.
Right.
And so
you also mentioned something too that I think that we haven't even spoken about. I mean, wow, I'm glad you got a chance to sit down, because it's something I talked about in my live stream when I went over this the other day. This is really an entry into the past with this fight. This is two guys who fought at the main event of our first Darkwatch. And do you see that helmet that Allan's wearing?
Yeah.
That Mark actually did that Revan mask on top of the.
You're talking about Daniel's mask.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not. Oh no, I guess Block isn't using his. Never mind. We made one for Allan. I guess he's not wearing it today. Looks like Daniel is, which that's going to restrict his movement, or not his eyes. I mean.
But the thing is that initially, Allan actually was in Jedi robes.
Oh, he decided not to.
Not to. Yeah. That's actually been his get-up for the last couple of years.
Yeah, a little ninja get-up. Yeah. Ooh, the music started. We got some back and forth.
So you'll see they'll pull their blade back.
I don't know if the idea of putting that mask on his face is a good one.
Well, I know both players wanted to have fun today, so
right.
I mean, is it a sound strategic move? Probably not. Ooh,
oh, did you see that face shot?
I saw that face shot right now.
Right over the top.
And you'll see.
And you know what? I don't think Daniel's going to be able to see a lot of the space shots coming in.
Hey, that was a nice in and out, right?
Yeah.
Nice strike in, martial quality in, but disengage. Oh, good exchange, doubles. That's what we're trying to stay away from. We're trying to stay away from the afterblows.
Yeah, Ewok's going to have to move out just a little bit on that. And one of those things about being a director, sometimes you get in, and just like in boxing, You can get knocked in the face. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
The helmet is off.
Oh, there you go.
Helmet's done.
So you notice these guys, even when the director said hold, they're continuously moving
Yes.
around. So they're looking for a more continuous fighting methodology.
All music.
Oh, hold.
Sorry, sorry, Derek. He was actually using. Oh, it came out.
Oh.
Derek, you didn't put it in there good enough.
So loss of blade there. Director Ewok is making sure she can.
I don't
catch
owe
the
you a new
screws.
blade yet. So I told Derek I'd owe him a blade if the blade broke. Yeah, it doesn't turn on quite at the moment. I think it ran out of. But yes, you can use it.
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Oh, they might have it. This is called a quick intermission.
Uh-oh, here it goes.
Oh, Daniel has started.
At our very first Darkwatch, the last match, or the final match between these two, they had a big old dialogue, or an actual Revan dialogue going
I
back and
prefer
forth.
them quiet. No, I'm just giving them a hard time.
They both do a great job, though.
You know, I think that Allan might just tackle him here in a second. No, they're funny. They're longtime friends, and you know, to see them get a chance to fight on this stage is really great.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, I don't owe my fighter a new blade just yet. This could.
Here we go.
Allan has never actually used that saber before. What happened was Allan's saber broke before going in there, so we had a two-handed saber that we had gifted to one of our Havasu fighters, and made by Mark Carrico, and he got his hand on it. He's like, oh man, he sort of fell in love with that saber. You can get one too at Shadowcrest Design.
Ah, there you go.
Oh, do you see what I did there?
Nice little line.
Oh, look at him coming up underneath. Oh, yeah. I think this is the Daniel we've been waiting to see. Take off that mask. He can see. Do you see that? Oh, that was that Ewok he's really going to have to watch out, because just like in a boxing match, right? You can get smacked in the head if you're not careful.
Especially because both these fighters know how to flow. You know,
Yes.
they know how to flow into one technique to the second technique. They don't. It's not just tap, tap, tap. They'll flow.
And
like
Daniel has the gift of his family here tonight. All three of his kids
All
with
three of his
the
kids,
wife. Yeah.
I think it's the first time his wife has come to support, which is really great.
You can see Daniel Lane's flowing locks coming out from underneath his mask. He's super into it.
He's in. He's focused.
Yeah. It's so good to see Daniel out here again and sparring. You know, I haven't seen him since Comic-Con in LA.
Oh, that's right.
And he came out and ended up in the his semifinals.
That's right. Absolutely.
Who did he lose to?
Oh, are we gonna go there?
Oh yeah. Who was that?
Who was it? It was a.
Oh, is that Dale? Did Dale beat Daniel Lane, who's looking really good tonight? I think it was 4-10.
Uh-oh.
Even.
Uh-oh.
On the main stage of Comic-Con in LA?
Oh no.
OMG, Dale.
I apologize, listeners.
Dale.
I apologize.
Just so you know, me and Daniel Lane are great friends. I've spent many hours at his house listening to him talk. And so, by the way, I want a rematch with him next Darkwatch, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. Yes. Yes, they're losing pieces of gear. They're going everywhere. You think Daniel Lane will request me the next Darkwatch after that?
Yeah, we'll see.
I can see him looking at me.
Anything's possible.
I won't do Unity though.
Oh.
They'll kick my butt at Unity.
All right, we're waiting. Director's waiting for the music to come back on. By the way, for those listening out there and wondering why we're waiting for the music, is because the Unity rule set actually is based off. The time is actually based off the music. So that's what dictates how long the match is, how long these gentlemen fight.
It's really going well too. Like just there's so many simultaneous, but that's the idea, right? Is to not have that, not to have those doubles, to go in, take a hit, and then or get your hit and get out. That's the whole point of the Unity rule set is to And I do those type of things. I really do agree with within the Unity rule set. It's something that, like even tonight, I was taking after blows in mine that I shouldn't have been taking. Within the Unity rule set, my point wouldn't have counted if I would have taken that blow.
Absolutely.
So
there it goes. You got it going.
So we have the music. They're eyeing each other up, in, over. It looked like Daniel went to the, wow, it looked like a senior citizen just ran into the ring there. No, I'm just kidding. That's one of our great line judges, Dennis Burke. But now they're back and forth. He was picking up something off of there.
It looked like, yeah. Again, piece of
Looked
gear.
like Daniel gets the block over the top, but Allan then goes to his stomach, which then is a double, so there's no points. Double, double, double is all they're getting. Daniel goes to the leg, gets a point, comes out alive.
And that's what we're talking about.
There it is again, back and forth. He's going low, which I don't think that a lot of people go low on Allan. Right? So they went in, got a double. The one thing is, like, Allan is so well put together when it comes to his cardio, but you have someone like Daniel Lane who teaches like kickboxing and stuff like that, who is willing to go in there with Allan and really say, yeah, I can do it too, you know. But you know, there's the saber that Allan's using that he's never had to. His saber broke, so we provided him with one. I don't know if that has anything. Luckily, they're very well balanced, so I think he's having a good time with it. But Daniel is able to get. He got that low strike and came out, and that was one of the biggest. Oh, was that one from Allan to the head of Daniel? Daniel went on. Yep. I think it would have been two, right? Because he got one before that, and then the other one. Yeah. Oh, double again.
Match.
Fighters to the corners.
Or around.
Wow, they're looking really well. They're looking really good tonight.
So they're both.
I think Daniel's excited just to get out here and do some Unity.
The funny thing is, it's like, you know, both fighters.
Look at him smiling. You know.
Both fighters are fighting those openings, but they're going simultaneously, and that's why you hear you know Judge or Director Ewok calling those simuls.
Which helps because they're all sitting there and they're counting points, correct?
Well, in this we're doing this one a little bit different.
Oh, okay.
The judges actually have the red and blue sticks. What we do is we have the head table tallying those valid strikes. So,
okay.
We have one judge. One judge specifically looking tallying red strikes. Other one tallying.
Oh, so yeah, you got him lifting, but he'll call double. That means don't put that one on.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, before we would use the little clickers.
Look at Daniel's little litter going after him. You know, the last time I saw them, they were like teeny weeny when I was over at his house, and now they're huge. And there's an extra kid I never even met.
Number 3.
Yeah, I got 3 boys. He's got a little litter. Uh-oh. Hey, that's a better sword, Daniel.
Yeah.
He certainly can do better than you.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, that was pretty good.
Cheer for him, because that's all you can do.
Oh, the talk comes back.
Here it comes.
I love how they can go back and forth with each other on this.
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
they're just good friends.
They've known each other since TSL 1, so I mean,
yep.
It's great. It's great to see that that we've come this way, and that they can literally.
They're magicians out there. The way they move, the stuff they do, it's really cool to watch.
Absolutely.
There we go. When the music starts. Come on,
this is the music I remember from Masters.
It was so, yeah. Okay, they're lining up, backing up to each other. Double. I couldn't tell. Daniel looked like he got that one on the elbow. Oh, Daniel goes in, gets one, but Allan comes up back of the head of Daniel Lane.
Daniel is doing
Daniel 1-2, back and forth. I saw a couple red being lifted.
He's looking for that exit vector, and he's getting caught on the way out.
Yeah, that's the difficult part, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
To be able to get in and get out. I mean, that's not an easy thing to do. So
Allan block, go to
Allan
high guard.
going to the high guard. This is where he wins.
Oh.
This is where he wins.
Remember, crowd. If they
The
don't
blade owner over here is wondering if his blade is still okay.
If neither of the fighters disengage, they can't score a point. So when they hit, they
Hey,
have to
that's what
disengage.
happens when you agree to give Allan block your saber. Don't blame me. All right, that's all on you. I gifted that to you. All right, if it breaks, it breaks.
There you go. Actually, that was a disengagement by Allan Block.
Yeah. Yep, that was a double. But man, Daniel took that one to the back. That did not feel good. I can tell you that much. I took one to the back tonight, and it definitely got me. Oh!
Tip. Oh!
That's what happens when you don't secure your tip.
No, it was secured.
Take my saber.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is another.
Oh,
reason,
he got another good one in. He got another one.
But this is another reason why that this isn't for everybody. The amount of the amount of times that they're striking, how they're striking. Even though we do secure our weapons and secure the tip like we normally do with clear tape, there's a big wear and tear on the equipment. So
Huge wear and tear. That's why I didn't give him my saber, and I forced my fighter to give him a saber.
There you go.
Oh, see, let him watch his daddy.
I know he wants to help daddy. He wants to help daddy. There you go.
Do you see him all charging in there with all their little sabers?
I saw.
Oh, there's Allan going for it.
Oh, nice exchange, double.
Time.
Oh, thank God that saber made it through. I did not want to buy a blade. I'm just saying.
Sorry, I'm choking on my cookie here.
What a great fight.
No, that was so continuous fighting, right? I mean, this is like boxing, right? There's no stoppage. It's more dynamic, right? But again, you have to train this way in order to fight this way.
Well, it's a thought process that here's one of the things that my biggest issue is right now, and you saw it at Comic-Con when I was fighting Daniel. I would go in, I'd get the strike, and then I would exit before it was called, and then Daniel would come, and then he would strike the back of my head. And those are things that you don't think about because he's trained into unity, and so these next strikes, they're important to think about. You don't just give the back of your head to an almost downed opponent, right? So that's the type of thing that. Oh, here we go for the announcement.
Here we go. Director Ewok.
It was very remembering of the original Darkwatch where you were losing pieces of your gear throughout the entire match. You both fought fantastically, but there can only be one winner. The winner of this Unity match is Allan Block.
You finally won one.
So what this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that Allan gets to take home the Blade of Revan, besting Daniel in this rematch, and now he gets to take the blade home. There he goes, taking a knee. It's not the Jedi way. Fantastic fight, ladies and gentlemen. And for you watching at home, hey, let's go back. Hold on, hold on.
Thank you, Katie Gad.
You finally won a match in Unity, Allan.
Okay, everybody, this is what we have all been waiting for. Tag team championships on the line. David Laudenslager, Mark Carrico going up against Tony and Jordan from SoCal. We got NorCal versus SoCal for the belts that are on the line. Here they are.
Check these belts out. Here.
Yeah, we got Vader belts on these belts.
Hope we're not disrespecting these belts by hanging them because they are not
this
ours.
Is someday. Me and Jesse together.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. I need a new tag team member, so like we'll have to do that. So these belong to Tony and Jordan. They're fighting tonight. They're defending them tonight. The last time they fought, and they had to defend these, or they've won these, they beat Mark and David, who they will have to defend against tonight for the rematch. So
right, and it was close. And
it was a brutal fight. And
it was brutal, and I think there was feelings on both ends. They both wanted it so bad, and you could tell that they were just pushing and pulling and trying to get there. And Tony and Jordan came out on top. Now Mark already got his redemption fight against Jordan at the last Darkwatch, and Mark was able to come out on top of Jordan. What people don't know is Jordan beat Mark the next day at the tournament. So they're still Jordan up 2, Mark up 1. Tony didn't take place in that last Darkwatch so this is the first time we've actually seen Tony fight since Comic-Con.
And it's kind of important to kind of note that with these championship fights, the way that these cards get built, we basically have to submit these to Minnesota. And Minnesota gives us an approval, and Minnesota wanted this fight as our headliner.
Terry came up. Sorry, Terry. Had a brain fart there for a minute. Forgot your name. Anyways, Terry came up to Mark and all of us at SoCal, like literally the second after the match was won, and maybe not the second. I'm exaggerating here. And said that match is happening. Darkwatch got it. Got their championship, and this is one of the larger championships that ends up making it out of Minnesota. So we are looking at really a fight that shouldn't have happened, because the two people from California, the two teams ended up being from California, and it fell right into the lap of us here in SoCal at Darkwatch, and we are ecstatic to have it.
And we're going to go ahead and cut to the ring. We're about ready to go. Headlining match. Let's do it. Let's go back to the ring. We have, in the blue, we have David and Mark. Off to the left there, to our right, we have the Red Fighters. We have Tony and Jordan defending their belts.
And Jordan has that amazing lock of hair hanging out of his...
He's like Thor.
Yeah.
He's like Thor.
Look at the hair just hanging right out of there. That's a beautiful thing. Oh, and
all right, we got to have some pre-fight love. Got to have the pre-fight love.
Some overly gratuitous grappling in the middle of the ring. Me and Mark actually got called on that in a tournament. We were hugging in the middle of the ring, and they said we couldn't do that anymore.
They tend to frown on such things.
Yeah, Mark's a hugger. But this is one of those fights where I think they started out as enemies, right? Not enemies, but they both wanted it, and then throughout this sort of thing going on here, they've kind of turned into friends. Jordan and Mark working together, figuring out what each of them are doing wrong, how to counter each other. I mean, they've kind of really turned into friends, but you know what? It doesn't change. They both want this.
But here we go. We're about to see just how much.
So Tony comes in against Mark to start. Our champion, tag team champion, Tony, looking at Mark. Looks like we have a majority calling for blue.
And blue draws first blood.
So is this the time when Tony could step out if he wanted to? Oh, looks like Mark got it again. Mark's thrust game, since TSL 4 is on point. So here's something. No, nothing done. So they're gonna. Tony's gonna stay in.
Tony's gonna stay in
against Mark.
Yeah, tagging in and out is totally at the discretion of the fighters.
Mark goes for the chest. That time it does look like a valid target. Mark wants
Gotta
this
wonder
belt.
what their strategy. Okay,
Yep,
so Tony
they're stepping
tags out.
And this is a good. Tony just was not able to get in on Mark. Mark had it down.
So change
now
up the
Tony
rhythm.
comes in. Oh, that looked like Red came in over the top on Blue. Blue went in, so Blue came in first. Red gets the first point, 2-1.
First point for Red.
So now it's up to Mark, and these two have gone up against each other before. They know how they fight. They've become frenemies in a way. They're saying, a lot of people are saying nothing. We called a hold. That's just being a new director in a tag team fight and wanting to make sure everything gets called, I believe, right there. Mark
Jordan and Mark just feeling each other out.
Yep. Mark lowers, Jordan lowers. Yeah. That's too good. I love how they can have this sarcastic view, and that's totally Mark, but it's funny how Jordan plays in on it. And Jordan comes in, but it looked like it was low. It looked low to me. Yeah, they're giving
Apparently
it to Red.
not.
Yeah.
Score is even now, 2-2.
That looked like it was right to belly.
Lots of
I
stabbing
question
out
that
here
one. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody liked that contact. Nope.
Well, he contacted to the leg with a thrust.
Oh.
So the
You
leg
saw something different.
if you look down, he thrusted to the thigh, and I believe that's an invalid thrust. And I could be wrong, but right?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
It can be. There's lots of invalid zones for folks who aren't TSL members who are watching
Right.
in chat. Invalid zones could be like your breadbasket, your belly,
Yep.
your
throat.
your throat, below the belt, obviously the groin area. You strike there.
Blue gets the point. 3-2.
It's not a point, but that was a point for
Yeah,
Blue.
that is a point. Yep.
Blue pulls ahead by 1.
I
Still
believe
haven't
that
seen David in this fight
Oh, looks like Red comes in over the top on Blue. That was a valid strike. That was a really cool strike. He went to the outside. Funny enough, Derek, one of the other fighters, does that move a lot. That was a quick hold. I didn't see anything at the point of the hold call.
I didn't see clean contact there.
Yeah, because
But we'll
what
see what
happened, it
Ewok
looked like
saw.
they both came in. I really think there's a little bit of jitter on Ewok's side. He is calling a director for a tag team fight. There, just as much as you get jitters calling regular fights, this has to be bigger than that. Now, I'm wondering what their thought process about not switching Mark out is. I'm wondering if David's waiting for that right moment to come in. I wonder if David, being the technician, as they like to call him, David is kind of fleshing out what the other people are doing. It did look like Blue came in from the back, but looks like a majority of them are calling Red.
Red did thrust, but it was to an invalid target.
There's that invalid target
Yep.
again.
All right, to the neck. No point of warning.
Well, see, I wonder about that because Blue did come up the back on that, but I guess because everybody's calling Red that he can't make that call, especially since it was from the back and right over the top of Mark again.
And Red takes the
Red
lead.
takes the lead, 4-3, but
4-3.
it's still really close. I mean, David could come in at any moment.
He's over there ready to go.
I think he's ready. I think they're waiting for just that right moment to come in. He's trying to get on Mark. Mark just went out and beat Kevin Cook in Minnesota as well, so he's coming off of a win. And Mark slides in. Just depends on what got in first. We have a couple Blue. We have all Blue except for one no call. Blue gets a point, brings it back 4-up. Everybody's really quiet, waiting to see how things. It looks like Mark went down. Oh, nice call by Red. Mark got pushed away, came out from underneath. Looks like Mark is calling for David to come in. Yeah, Blue has to switch fighters at this point. So it's 5-4. Blue is up. David enters the match for the first time. Now it's about who stays in. It looks like Tony's coming in to take on David.
Red fighter ready? Blue fighter ready? Fight!
David enters into the middle of the ring for the first time in this tag team match. Tony is getting lower, trying to get in. They call David the tactician, so I wonder if that lower stuff is really going to work on David.
And David's more of a
does
two-handed
look like
fighter.
They're calling Blue over
I
the
see
top.
One Blue. Yep,
Blue
there
takes
it
the
is.
point. Yeah, what happened is Tony goes to the ground, and that gets him in trouble a lot. He goes to the ground, and he gets thrusted to the neck when he goes to his knees. We've seen it in the past, and he still seems to do it because I guess there's a point in doing it because you get to just stop, and then it lowers your angle. But we have seen him take some neck shots because he goes down that low. In the past.
He did in their fight at
Yes.
TSL. He took 2 neck shots.
Yeah, right, and went to the ground. Yeah. So it's 7-4.
We actually have a clip of that somewhere. Yeah, 7-4. Blues pulling ahead. So out this point. They just have to
David comes in right over the top on Tony.
See a lot of simultaneous calls.
Simo of them.
21.
21 seconds
21
left.
seconds left in the match.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take your thunder on that.
That's all right.
It's been a long night.
We also have a clock.
Yeah,
so
that's very true. All right, this is the match right here. Oh, Mark comes in from over the top. Didn't look like Tony was, or not Tony. Jordan was expecting that. Blue takes the point, 8-4. First round. You know, here's the thing. Mark and David are a really good team. Oh, Jordan comes right in.
Again with the stabby game.
Yep. Well, these two fight a lot. Mark has even said that Jordan is like a younger version of him, which is quicker, and Mark just goes, I just got to be better.
We've said that about a lot of fighters here tonight.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
Mark
trains a lot of
many
them.
Of us.
Oh, it looks like he was able to get, Jordan was able to get in on Mark on that one. Red takes the point. Oh, it does look like Blue's going to take it. But if you think about that, Red has taken 2 points with Jordan in. That means no matter what happens here, they're on the rise at this point.
Yep.
Oh. Oh, Mark is down. We got a floppy fish. We got a floppy fish on the ground.
It's the end of the night. We are tired. We are punchy. We are having fun.
Well, Mark makes a beautiful floppy fish.
He
But
does.
Blue takes it.
Blue takes the
Red
match.
takes the point, though, 8-7. That is not a definitive win.
So red is still on defense, though.
What I
they
love
have to
that.
come back. They have to win.
Oh yeah,
They have no choice.
Very much that Red. Not only do they need to win to stay in, but if you think about it, they just scored 3 points in a row. Okay, they just scored 3 points in a row.
Unanswered.
They're on. Oh yeah, unanswered points in a row. If anybody has that push forward, it is Red at the moment. So really, it's up to Blue to decide how are they going to attack this momentum that Red has. You know, I don't like to think of it as rounds. I like to look at the points. Who scored the most points in the end? Can they keep doing that? You know, and especially 1 going into 2. Yeah. But who goes in first this time? So Mark fought a majority of that round in the very beginning. I'm wondering if David jumps in first.
Yeah, let's see if they switch the strategy up.
It does seem like Mark has Tony on lock, points-wise so far. I think Mark has answered
I think
3 to 4 unanswered points against Tony.
Tony has struggled to score more in this match than I've ever seen from him.
Right.
Which can happen to any of us.
So it looks like it's Mark versus Jordan again.
And so here we go.
But it's funny, Mark hit the ceiling and went down, and Jordan just attacked him. There was a very funny moment with it. All right, Jordan's going around Mark, bringing him
trying to take him
in
off the line.
Yep. So they're tapping each other in the middle. They're playing each other because they both fight so much alike.
One-handed, weight back on that back foot.
Oh, it does look like Red came in for the point.
I see
Mark
lots
thought
of red
maybe
sticks.
he got it and stopped. Red takes the lead in the first point of this match. Mark's getting a little bit more wily, getting in there. Oh, it does look like Mark was a little low to actually score a point in there. So I think that's why we have a couple calling Red. Didn't you see? Because I don't think
I
that
did.
thrust
It
went.
seemed a little low.
Unless it hit his side hand.
I think that's what
trying to
Fight Director
figure out.
Ewok is trying to suss out at the moment.
Suss, that's a great word. I want to use that word more.
I gift it to you.
You gifted it. Oh, I was going to take it, so
Okay, cool.
there was really no reason to gift it, but I appreciate no, I'm just kidding.
I'm generous like that.
This is the first time I've called with you a majority of the match. It's been a good night.
This has been fun. We'll have to do this again.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody
Maybe
left in the
next
chat.
Darkwatch?
Did you guys have fun with this? What can we do to make this better? Let us know. Hit us up in the comments. We've been paying attention all night.
Upon entering into the thrust, Blue's blade scratches
But back to the action.
Oh, yep. So that's what
You're
we
right.
were talking
You're
about.
right,
Yeah,
yeah.
it had to be that inward thrust. So now it's 1-up. I mean, hey, there's not a lot of points going on here. Mark is stepping in. Jordan answering his step in. Looked like Jordan pushed Mark out and was able to get in on that. Yeah,
Okay,
it looked
Red
like
takes the lead.
2-1.
Red's up 2-1.
You don't see many people, and this is why Jordan is the tag team champ, because you don't see many people do this to Mark. What's great about Mark, he just kept it in and went right to the face on that one. That was less of a thrust and more of a watch me tap the top of your helmet.
And now we have a tie fight.
Yeah, 2 up.
Here we go.
Again, it seems like a match between Jordan and Mark, with David and Tony sort of sitting back just in case they're needed. All right, 3-2.
3-2 red.
Oh, did you see? I don't know if that's legal. Are you allowed to touch your blade?
I don't know.
I don't know if that's ever come
You
up.
are if you have a sword like Mark.
Yeah.
Like those
that's
Shadow
true.
Crest sabers that they're putting out, that have been
Oh,
out there.
yeah,
Little
see.
brand recognition there.
Right.
But was he? If you see the way Jordan holds the saber, it's kind of down by the emitter like that, and
Oh,
he
yeah.
doesn't use a suba either.
Let's ask Jordan. Jordan, was your hand on your blade there, or was it on the? Oh, okay. That's what I would say too if I got caught.
I don't know
No,
if
I'm
that's,
just
yeah,
kidding.
exactly.
I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. We're gonna put that to a replay.
Next Darkwatch.
Next Darkwatch.
Next
yeah,
Darkwatch.
we'll have a replay of this in like 6 months.
Yeah.
That's what my
All right, they're all
turnaround
stepping
time on
away.
editing videos is.
Right,
Anyway.
yeah, right.
Confirmed on that one. We're going to watch that point. Nothing done.
I like the way he says wash a point.
3-2, red. Still again, Mark
Mark's
and Jordan doing the lion's share of the fighting in this
I
match.
couldn't tell if he got it. Yeah, he did get in. Mark is saying, yeah, he got in. He was able to
Good honor
step
there.
through. Oh, they're calling Simo.
They're calling
Trade
it
fight.
Simo.
That's the first one we've had. So now it's really up to Tony to start answering back on some of those points to keep them in the lead.
Blue fighter ready? Fight.
I don't think Tony's scored a point yet.
Be aggressive.
He has not. He has not scored a point in this match. We'll see if he can get inside on David. David seems to have his number tonight.
It does look
As
like
seen
David
right
came
there.
right over the top.
Point. Blue.
Blue
That's the
takes
thing about
point.
those stabby fighters is you get your hands out front a lot.
3 up.
So if you leave your hands out there, David's
Jordan-
going to find a way to slice him
Jordan
off.
right now really needs. Oh, it does look
He came
like
over top. He came over
that's-
top. There's Tony's first
That's hard
match
to
of the
say
night.
though, because it does
First
look
point.
like David. Oh, okay, so they are getting the point. 3-4. Tony's getting a little bit of talk to by Jordan over there.
Red retakes the lead.
It's really up to David now to get them back in, especially with the lower score. Oh, I'm
quick.
a little
That was
unsure.
really quick. We're seeing a lot of
could
simos.
It could be red. It could be blue on that one. It's really up to our director.
He's doing the math in his mind.
Blue gets the point.
Point
4
goes
up.
to blue.
Fighters ready?
Just over a minute.
Just over a minute left in the second round.
Tie round. Seeing a good battle here from David and Tony.
Tony's getting in. He's
Is
being a
Tony
little bit
finding his
erratic. I think David came in from the inside and was able to get it in first, but they're calling it a Simo. Oh, this is
Okay,
this is
so
interesting.
now here we go. Here's Mark and Jordan again.
So far in the second match, Jordan has had Mark's number. And we're not even up to 5 points yet. We're at 4 all. Oh, Mark, looks like Mark comes right in.
Yeah, good honor by Red there.
That's the point Mark needed.
Yep.
That's the point Mark needed, and that was an important point. That's a trade side. David needs to, I believe that's David entering now on the change. All right, David's in up against Tony. It does sound like blue team is blaming Ewok for something. We'll have to get a confirmation on that later. Hey, I'm just here to call what's going on, okay? I don't take sides.
Here we go. Tony and David back at it again.
Oh, David blocks him through. It does look like blue gets in.
That thrust is just not working for Tony tonight.
No, it's
not. It's usually his bread and butter.
Yeah. And you can tell he's a little frustrated that thrust isn't working, but I think they've been training for it. I mean, Mark and David are just one of those teams that work well together. 6-4, blue is up.
And David is so adaptable.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is like
Yeah, because he ended up taking a point. So it does look like Tony went high on that one, and David must have clipped the inside. It looked like David clipped the inside.
It looked like he clipped the end of the back of helmet as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think that might be what they're talking about.
Oh, they picked something up off the ground, like caveman. They're looking at it. It does look like it does look interesting. Is it a tool of some sort? I'm sorry. It's just the way they looked at it.
I'm so tired.
26 seconds left.
26 seconds left on the clock.
27 minutes.
Blue is
Mark,
up by 2.
No, Mark, this isn't me doing time again. This isn't me doing time again. I think Mark might have had like a 25-minute match at one point because of me. Yeah, that's right.
So
he had.
Blue has 26 seconds. If they can hold off red for 26 seconds, they will have won these belts.
Right. And that would be the first
upset.
Well, no, it would be the first change of belt since TSL 4.
It's in this TSL 4, which is our
sorry,
national,
Lex took it.
which is our national tournament every August in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
that's
sorry,
where these
I could have
folks
explained
fought
that,
last time, and that's where Tony and Jordan won these belts. So, sorry, Ewok is making the call. Let's go back to the ring.
Blue takes the point, 7-4. We're hitting that 3-point deficit where it's really hard to
They
come
really
back
have
from.
to push. They really have to push here. They've got less than 30 seconds to go.
Red needs to push. Blue needs
and
to
Red just pulled
slow
in
down.
Jordan, who's had a better time scoring tonight.
Mark just said to David, you could do that better.
He's pushing.
Than me.
He knows. And
So,
right away,
they're
that's what they
calling
have to
red.
do. They have to sprint out here and score 3 points in less than 20 seconds now? Less than
We're at
20.
20 seconds, so
Here
really
we
it's
go.
up to Jordan to
Jordan
get those
knows.
points.
Look, he's pushing. He has to push in. And he did it.
Well, see,
Looks
here's
like he
the
did
thing.
it again.
David was low on that. That's why I would say.
See,
that.
this is why Jordan is the guy to put in
Yeah.
in this moment because
I
he's
agree.
hot tonight and he's fighting well. Oh,
So we're 7-6.
David tags in Mark, who's also fought well tonight. Blue is up by 1. Clock is winding down.
Oh, it does look like Mark came on the wrist of Jordan.
None
right
of the
there.
judges like that contact.
Yeah, okay. It's just I'm just calling what I think.
All
Yeah,
good,
for
all
sure.
good.
We have 11 or
10 seconds left. 10 seconds left in the match. Who's going to take the belts home? We're about to find out.
That's interesting. That is a I think that was red.
We have a tie
We have a
match
tie.
here, ladies and
7
gentlemen. We have 3 seconds left on the clock.
This is
Who is
the
taking
last
these belts
exchange.
home? Here we go. Let's hear it. Let's go.
Oh, it does look like Mark came from the outside on that.
We have 1 second left on the clock.
Yeah, cancel final exchange. 1 second left on the clock.
We call final exchange. We cannot take that back.
Okay.
Call final exchange. Point blue.
Oh!
Match goes
I
blue.
agree. Yeah, Mark came in. It came out from underneath. It came down. Mark gets his long-awaited belt that he has trained and trained and trained for. And Mark's bringing that belt to Havasu. So Havasu has a belt owner. That's all I heard. No, I'm just kidding. But Mark is doing an amazing job. He's put a lot of time in. If anybody really deserves this, I think Mark does. I mean, you've heard it all day here. Mark has trained and trained these fighters out here, and to see him finally get this belt, I think, is one of those things that we always knew would happen for Mark. Yep. But you know what? Nothing can be said for the fact that Jordan came out with Tony, and they put up a hell of a fight tonight. Jordan scoring a predominant amount of those points against Mark to really bring it as close as I've ever seen it on a match. It was a hell of a match to watch tonight. We will be doing some awards tonight, it does sound like. Oh, nice. Look at this. We got some champion fights. Oh. So they are taking pictures.
Tag team championship and champions are Full Throttle Lemonade.
Oh, by who? Okay. So we have to thank Mark from SoCal. What, like OC? So Mark from Orange County for the medals tonight for winners or for the champions?
For the winners.
For the winners tonight, we have these beautiful pieces that we haven't actually done before.
Amazing.
So check that out.
If you have won your match,
By Mark from SoCal.
Mark Ryan from SoCal.
All right, well, I have to go.
I have to go.
So why doesn't... I think Joe should jump in.
I'm jumping in too. Come on over, Joe.
This camera this time. Closer.
All right, so as we're here at the end of Darkwatch, we've got the champions receiving their medals, donated, or not donated so much, but provided by Mark Renus of the OC chapter.
Right here.
Charter.
Right there. There you go.
OC Satellite Charter, as the
Right,
officials want
the
to have
dewbacks, yeah.
it. Those are pretty too.
stand side by
They
side,
are.
gentlemen. And
So we got a lot of hardware going out here, belts, medals, some people wearing their helmets.
Right here, you're good. All right. Gentlemen, this wasn't announced ahead of time.
Give Tony the belt.
Settle. All right. Because and as a reward for all of you for winning your matches, Rhinus Leatherwork, one of our sponsors, has created medals specifically for the champions of Darkwatch. Kei Sakawa won and is handing me the medals here. All right. These were handcrafted. Right? For each of you.
So Dre gets the first medal because he won his match. Moving on to the next fighter, looks like we're going on to Mark Carrico. He has a shiny medal to go with his tag team belt.
Yeah, it seems to be a thing that happens in TSL. When you win a belt, you don't really hold on to it for very long.
Yeah, and I mean, the exception to the rule so far has been Jimmy, right? With one defense.
Yes, Jimmy has successfully defended the world title one time.
So moving down the line, though, we just saw Seth, I believe. No, not Seth. Tony
Lucian.
Tony Lucian get his medal.
And
David
Laudenslager
got his medal to go with his
and
shiny
Jesse Gill
belt.
and Dale Snyderhand. And
Neil Stewart.
Neil Stewart.
The mysterious Neil Stewart.
Right,
This is the way.
Who never takes his mask off.
Moving on down the line to Jason Knight.
Jason Knight. And this,
Now we're at Seth.
Seth Bean. I think he's taller than Dale, is he?
He might
Where
be.
is Andy Wise? He had to leave. Okay, so this will be Andy Wise's medal.
I'll take it.
So Andy Wise's medal. Did we get a shot of these medals?
We showed it to the camera briefly. Yes, sir.
Turn the camera one more time right up there.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, get right up in
These
that
are
business.
Darkwatch medals. On the back, it has the date. It says champion at the top because this is a championship series fight, and all of you are champions in it. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Congratulations to everyone for making this another successful Darkwatch. This is Darkwatch Series event number 8, 2020.
That was an exhibition.
Yeah.
Trade. I'm jumping right back in.
And we are joined again by Jesse Gill.
Thanks, guys. That was really cool. I wasn't expecting this. That's
Let me take a look at
That's
that.
real nice. I'm just like so flabbergasted.
Oh,
by
that's
that.
purty. I never got one of these when I won at
That's
Darkwatch.
so cool. Like, hey, if I
Stepping up the Darkwatch game.
if I chose to win one Darkwatch fight, this was the one to do it. Dale, join me real quick. Let's land this plane. Let's sign this thing off.
Hey, one thing. Thank you, everybody who stuck with us. I mean, this Darkwatch is something that we love to do.
This is great. Yeah, everyone who stuck with us all night, thank you so much. You've been awesome in chat, hanging out with us and just getting this done.
Thank you to Arizona.
Yeah, let's put
Charter.
Mark on camera. We're gonna we're gonna put Mark Reines on camera real quick. He's the guy who made
I'll just
these
let you guys
medals.
go.
No, you
so
stay put. I need you where you
Skylar
are.
and Diego and all the guys from Brian and Alec, all the guys from Arizona who made the training out there possible. Thank you guys. Thank you for tuning in.
We're gonna do more thank yous in a second, but let's start off with a thank you to this man, Mark Reines Leatherworks. He made these awesome medals. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to wear this, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's going right up.
Tell us a
in
little
my,
bit about Reines Leatherworks. Where can we find you?
I'm on Etsy, Instagram. I have a Facebook page. Not too involved in that, but mostly Etsy and Instagram.
And what should they look up?
Reines_Leatherworks.
Cool. Actually, type it right there. Type it right there so everybody can see it.
While still on camera.
While still on camera. Hey, it's live streaming, everybody. We're just kind of making this up as we go.
Well, yeah, I'm better at it.
Check out Mark's stuff. I'll put that in the Facebook chat as well.
Thanks, Mark. No,
Mark,
seriously,
thank you very much. I have to kick you out of the chair so we can end this stream and go home. Thank you.
Yeah.
So real quick, Dale and I wanted to do a real quick thank you to everyone who was involved in this event tonight.
Yeah.
First of all,
we can start on the introduction people.
We can start. Look, our entire production team was amazing. We had all these cool graphics that were made by Jason Knight and Jamie Moss, who spent late nights putting these things together.
3 or 4 times, I think it was
some
rendered.
things that we did in this Darkwatch that we've never done in TSL before. So again, to my entire team, Joseph Pavlenko, Kevin Curtis, the guys who have been in here setting up cameras, setting up lights, trying to make this thing into more than what it is. And that comes from the passion of a ton of other people who just come out here and do this. So if I can say thank you to anyone, I want to say thank you to my production team for putting this thing together. Thank you to Kay, who helped executive produce this thing. And thank you to David Laudenschlager for providing the rad cameras that we used tonight. So, Dale.
These guys are great. These guys are fabulous.
Oh, thank you.
They make this stuff happen.
We all do. We all do as a family, and that's what's great. Dale,
I'm not a pretty fighter, so, they make me look pretty.
That's the job. That's the job. How about you, Dale?
I just like talking about it. No. Thank you again for everybody who's watching, and this wouldn't happen if we didn't have a couple viewers. And we're moving forward. What was I going to say about you can't take multiple leaps without a good team?
That's true.
And tonight, I think when it comes to production quality and when it comes to the intros and the fighter cards and making the fighters feel excited about coming out to an event like this, that's the point. Let's feel excited for coming out. And, oh my God, like I got my face up there on a card and it's moving and it shows all my stats. That comes from the heart, from the people who work hard to do it. And as somebody who's a fighter and an announcer, I can see the light up in people's eyes for these events, and it was pretty amazing to see it all go down tonight.
And if you had your eyes light up at this event and you want to get involved in the Saber Legion, here's what you do. Go to Facebook, like the Saber Legion on Facebook, like their page. We'll figure out where the closest charter is to you, and we'll see you at the next fight.
We'll see you.
But until then, I'm signing off. I'm Jesse V. Gill, the Flying Squirrel.
This is Dale, the Mouth Snyderhand.
And we're signing off. Thanks again. Thanks for hanging out.
Have a
Good
good
night.
one.
Thank you.